have a smart gadget in that light because, well, truth be told, some of us are privileged. So I won't say they are they are not there. Yes, they are. But to be able to address their challenges, yes, that's why there's a timeline to um, what we are proposing. So it's still going to have to take a sit down and deliberation on how best to reach them because at the end of the day, it's a function of creating a structure where they can bring their waste into. So if they are not able to get the app, so far the structure is somewhere close to them, they should be able to go there and get it done. Yeah.
Group two, your research topic, it's a very large, covering a very large area. And when you talk about waste to wealth, um, the money you're looking for, it's close to you. Just like she said, you go around, you see people picking different kind of wastes, and which means if you follow those guys, you see that they have chains of command. So if you collect this waste, just like the first moderator asked a question, what do you do with them? Now you can generate your funds from separating the different kind of waste, like paper, the plastics. Now, if you go to the bypass in Abuja here, there's a company that collects just papers. They still have other companies also that shred the plastics. They sell them to all these bottle, these companies that produce plastics for different. So you can generate your funds also from there instead of looking out people to come and invest. Now, also you should incorporate these local people because your app is limiting them. Which means if you are not educated, you cannot really use it. You understand? So when you look into those areas, you definitely raise the fund you're looking for from there. It's a very big field to dive into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I concur with all the judges that have spoken. I would just like to add, this topic is huge, and we have been discussing this topic since yesterday, me and Prof said. Since yesterday, I tell you, when I came in, I think last month, I asked myself, why is Abuja dirty? Sorry, I'm using the word. I'm everywhere. I'm on a very serious note. When I got to Kano, it's something else. This is a very interesting topic. I think the Green Building Council Nigeria should give a priority to this topic. We should expand this topic. It's too big for this group two. We should segregate this topic. We have segment of this topic and give it to people to, let's get these young brains, let them delve into this. Because we can generate energy from this, one. But I think yesterday, our prof here identified it's a cultural thing. It's a cultural, so we have to look into this in a very systematic way. We need a kind of framework to take us out from this mess. Sorry, I'm using this word. I'm very sorry. I'm vexed. I'm telling you. So we have scavenger. So what you have done is that because your group you're just working on this. I think with the same thing with the first group, it should be your limitation. So how to defend this, that we are just limited to this hub. But this is a very huge topic we need to really delve into. I'm very, very serious, and I'm interested if the Green Building Council is ready. And I know Prof Z is interested. We've been discussing this since yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dudu, for putting me on the spotlight. But like he said, honestly, yesterday we were driving from Zaria to Kaduna and we were discussing the issue of waste. One thing you might not know about myself and Dudu is that, well, he works in Saudi Arabia now, and I did work myself in Saudi Arabia for 7 years. And one thing, when he talked about the waste thing, I asked him that in my 7 years in Saudi Arabia, I've never seen anybody defecate openly. Never. I think I may have seen something that looked like human feces. One time I was traveling and I stopped by a public toilet or something. But just to emphasize the fact that the way we think about waste in this country, it's a cultural problem. It's not just technology. If you do not deal with the social issue of how people and understand waste, generate it, and reuse it, and all that. You'll be bringing technology, but you know what? Technology itself does not solve problems. People have to be willing to change their lifestyle. So, anyway, first of all, let's start with the issue of your investments. I will strongly discourage you from involving government, unless if it's Lagos State government, because that's the only government I trust in Nigeria. Do you know any government that has done anything that has succeeded in an entrepreneurship way, apart from Lagos? Let's be honest. Nigerian government cannot handle MTEL, ordinary mobile telecoms. If we were waiting for MTEL, none of us will have all these smartphones you're talking about. So you need to look at private sector people who will make a profit out of this, so that those who will work on this technology or this process will do it like business. They will treat it like MTN and Glo. Waste bin is working, is not working, you get a salary. It has to be private sector driven, and that's how the rest of the world is making progress. Things have to be private sector driven. There's a role for government, don't get me wrong. The government, for example, can give tax incentives. For every kilogram of waste you put, we'll give you 3% tax off, just to encourage people. But don't let government lead this, because trust me, it will fail. With all due respect, I hope nobody's in government here. I'm not trying to. The governments are not good at running things, businesses, things that are supposed to make money. They are there to provide what we call enabling environment. So that's one thing I would suggest to you. The second thing is you need to try to make this system a system, which means it's made up of processes that are reliable. And that, in today's world, means try to eliminate the human in the process as much as possible, because we are prone to many things. We can get hungry, we can get sick, we can go on strike. So this kiosk thing you talk about, I think if you make the smart bins to with the technology you want to use, have sensors where they can automatically detect the type of waste and the weight, so that the users will automatically get credit. Maybe Bitcoin will just enter the app. Boom. You see? You don't have to take your waste to a kiosk where you start arguing with somebody. No, I didn't bring 2 pieces of banana. It was 25 kilogram of yam peel. You see how human beings can mess things up. Automate it as much as possible. Okay, remove the human beings from the chain. And I think for that interesting point that was raised for the non-smart technology people, you can think about clever ways. I think if you can transfer money through, is it M-Pay, they call it in Kenya, whatever? Yeah? Yes, you can use USSD code. Every bin can have a code. You dial that code, and then you throw your whatever you want to throw inside. It detects the waste, and you get credited for it. Especially, which is one of my questions, does your smart bins have specialist types? Or is it going to be one bin where you can throw block of sand and water or anything, If you have your bins in, let's say one is for perishable, one is for plastics, for example, and the one is for metal, then you have made it easier for people to get waste sorted and get paid. Because if you throw in 2 kilograms of steel waste, it's not the same thing as 2 kilograms of a 4-year-old that has been eating yesterday night. You understand what I'm saying? So that has also helped people to that cultural mindset of how do we deal with waste in a very civilized way. And also maybe the size of bins, because we are talking about Wuse and its environment. Somebody who has a restaurant will generate a different type of waste and volume of waste from somebody who is a residential building, for example. So you need to think whether you need one type of waste bin, smart waste bin, or you need to have different sizes of different types. Maybe based on color. When you see green, this one is vegetable or perishable. When you see brown, this is metal. And when you see maybe orange, this is for plastic or something like that. And then the size, will also differ, isn't it? What you put for a large business is different from what you put for a residential business, so that you're not wasting this. Because if you put a large waste bin in a place where you're not utilizing the volume, it's waste itself. You don't want to create waste when trying to deal with waste. I hope you get my point. So, well, thank you very much for your presentation. I found it interesting. Like he said, I think it's probably too big for you at this stage. You need to scale down, but I'm sure the Green Building Council will support you and help you to narrow down into some manageable product or something.
Well done to Group 2. I missed a part of the presentation, but luckily I was able to get a lot of expo from the judges who spoke. So what I can tell from what I've heard is this. First of all, the topic you've chosen is very relevant, and it's very wide, and it's something that is not new or novel. However, the way you try to approach it with technology is actually your unique selling point, which you should have identified even before it was pointed out to you here. Knowing that your unique selling point is actually technology, that is what you should have focused on. And you should have identified it early that this is the area we're coming into this particular topic, since it is so vast and so wide. Now, if you have decided that your unique selling point is technology, and you are entering an entire value chain, because that's the thing, in any kind of innovation or research or anything you are doing, there's a whole value chain, and you have to identify where you are placing yourself. Now, if you place yourself in the technology aspect, and you say, I want to use apps, it means, like everyone is saying here, you have to find ways of integrating the people on the other end of the value chain, that's the people that are on the lower end, who are actually directly in contact with this waste, who are the ones that are sourcing it and all of that, and then find you are in the middle with technology, and then there's the end products to the consumer that is going on the other end. It's okay if you don't have to do the whole circle. You don't have to be responsible for that. But that middle ground that you have chosen with technology, you have to make sure that these people have a way of connecting to you, and the people at the other end have a way of benefiting from your innovation. So I think that's what you should actually focus on and refine. I hope YEE has plans of actually taking everything that people have brought here and trying to find a way to let them scale it up or to go further into the research and find a way of doing it. Now, I also like the fact that you chose a particular environment. You chose a market environment and said, we are going to focus on this and see how we can solve this particular problem, or how this environment can key into our system. Now, one thing I want you to think of is the fact that whenever you are dealing with systems like this or environments like that, large-scale problems, you are always better working with groups of people. So you always find more impact when you decide, oh, I'm going to work with the cooperative. The cooperative has ways of punishing their members. There are some things that you see don't happen in markets. Markets are one of the safest places to be. You can't steal there because you will be dead. So that's an example of how people can control, just working through cooperatives and groups. That might be the way that you're able to reach the lower level of people. We have POSs everywhere. POSs somehow is, yes, you deal with an app, you deal with technology, but somehow everybody's able to key into that system. So that's the way you should think of your app, as in something that should be able to get people from this end and get things out on the other end. But all in all, I think it was a good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our judges. One question from the audience. Any question? No question. Oh, okay. One hand.
Good afternoon, or is it still morning? Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to commend the presenter for what they have said so far. And I think the topic you have chosen, like the judges have said, it's a big one that it is very hard for you it will be very hard for you to sail through it. So, and one thing I want you to emphasize, because if you don't know what the problem is, we all know, everybody goes around, we see refuse dumping everywhere and all that, but it will not make so much sense for us not to know, as you as a researcher now, if you are coming to us that this is the problem you are solving, we don't know what the magnitude of the problem is. So if we don't know what you are bringing to us as a solution, because necessity is supposed to be the mother of invention. So if you are bringing something to us that, okay, we need to know the site you have chosen to say you want to solve their problem, we need to know how big the problem is. What is the existing situation of waste management in that area? And then we will know that, okay, there's a need for us to, bring something new to tackle that problem. So we will not just assume that we have problem there and let's go into there and do it. And again, you talked about the government being the head of something, and the prof has come to say, don't try it. Because the situation in Lagos, he made mention of the situation in Lagos that it was Lagos who did it successfully. Even Lagos did not do it as a government, they have to invite the PSPs everywhere. They have to incorporate the private sector to ensure that everything is going well. And during that Lagos turnover, change, all the scavengers around were taken out of Lagos, or of the street of Lagos. They were taken to the dump site, that large, very large dump site at Olusosun in Ojota. So the situation, and today, when you get there, people, those scavengers, they thought the job were going to be, their jobs who are picking wires, people, cable, people who are picking plastic, people who are, so many things to do. So again, I want to say thank you for the wonderful job done, and we hope that you do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to members of Group 2. Please come down for your photograph with the judges. Judges, I hope we are scoring these groups. While Group 2 we are still presenting, my president walked into the hall, Mr. Danjuma Waniko, sir. Please put your hands together for my president as he... You are very much welcome, my president. Thank you so much for being here. I know you can still hear my voice even though you're outside the hall. Please, judges, let's join Group 2 as we invite the mentor of the group, Elisina. Please come forward. Put your hands together for the mentor of Group 2. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for them as they go back to their seats. Congratulations to you all. Well done, well done, well done. Group 4. Group 4 picked number 3, right? Aha. Group 4. Group 4 are talking about sustainable financing models. Please put your hands together for members of Group 4. Where are all the ladies in these groups? Okay. Timekeeper, are we ready? Group 4, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Media. Okay. Group 4, you have 15 minutes. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, our dear esteemed judges, my fellow contestants, and our audience. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Green Building Council Nigeria. Okay, we are Group 4, and my name is Innocent Monday, and with me is Mr. Jamal and Mr. Next slide. Now, the backstory. Nigeria as a country, we have experienced so much of problems in our infrastructural space. And from the year 1982, we've experienced rapid growth in population. It has transitioned from 80 million persons through to about over 230 million as at last month. You can see the graph on the chart. Look at the different years and how the population has increased. Next slide, please. Now, projections and experts let us know that in the next 25 years, this population will double. So it means it's causing serious strain on the already deficit infrastructures. So it means we have little infrastructural development in our country, and now we have more population. And experts are telling us that this number of our population is going to increase. So it means there is a serious strain on the already existing infrastructure. So it means we will need more road to be tarred because we have more people that have more vehicles to ply those roads. Are we together, please? Next slide, please. Now, what is our reality? It shows from the Business News Nigeria that we lose about $1 billion as a result of bad roads in Nigeria. Because imagine there are no roads from the farm to transition the goods that was harvested through to the market. So these products can perish or spend more time on the road instead of it to just spend like little hours or a few days from the farm to the market. But because it's spending more time on the road, it can perish. What about our bad roads? And then you are trying to transport eggs from the poultry to the market where you sell it. Those eggs can damage on the road. That's how we amount to $1 billion because of bad roads. And of course, we have housing issues. The houses in Nigeria are not enough for Nigerians. So we need more housing in Nigeria. And from there, you can see over 180 million people lack access to clean water. Now, this is from UNICEF. This is our reality in Nigeria. This is where we are at this moment. Next slide, please. Now, the problem is, or the question is, what is the main problem? What exactly is responsible for all of these things? Next slide. And I would say the problem is funding. Funding. We have intelligent young minds in Nigeria. We have professionals. We graduate professionals from the Faculty of Environmental Design, from the Faculty of Engineering, that are willing to make designs, blueprints, that are willing to be in the construction sites to construct these different infrastructures to make this country move forward. But the question is, how do we fund this project so we can engage these people? And then, next slide, please. And that is where we come with our solution. Our proposed solution, please, next slide. Green Link. That is our solution. Next slide. Now, what exactly is Green Link? Green Link is a digital platform, is a website that easily connects investors that are interested in sustainable infrastructure. So these investors could be public, they could be private enterprises, they could be global and local organizations that are interested in moving this country forward in terms of the infrastructural development. Our platform called Green Link, which is a website, connects them to already verified and impactful projects. So it connects them to verified high-impact green infrastructural projects, which could be designs, blueprints, cost estimates, and the potential impact. So it means we have professionals that are willing to design roads, buildings, bridges, as the case may be. Or at this other side, we have funders that are willing to fund these projects. But the question is, where is the connecting link? What connects them together to make impact in our world? That is where Green Link comes in. Next slide, please. How Green Link works. Sustainable infrastructural projects that are prepared by professionals will be uploaded on our platform. Once they are uploaded on our platform, it becomes easier for investors to identify specific projects so it can be funded. And of course, one of the unique properties of our website is that it makes funders to make demand of tailor-made designs. So specific funders can come on our platform, maybe as a philanthropy, you want to make impact in your own community. So let's say you want to make, you want to install solar panels in the schools in your community, right? You make detailed description of what you want, you put it out in our platform. Designers and professionals will pick it up, work on it, send you a proposal that this is the breakdown, this is the cost and everything, this is the design of this particular project. Then the funder will now pick based on what he wants. And then of course a deal is reached. Next slide. Green Link website review, next slide. So it begins, once you go on your browser, on your phone, you just click www.greenlink.com. And then it welcomes you, it tells you what our website is about, it explains it in detail, maybe you're an investor or as a professional. And then for you to register, you click on the other side, the last part of the screen. So you are either registering as an investor or you are registering as a professional, right? And then orders, of course. Next slide, please. When you log in to our website, the other side of the screen shows you to sign in or sign up. So you are signing in, probably you used our platform before, you are signing up if you are doing it for the first
browse projects, meet, verify designers, and then track your impact. If you remember, I mentioned track your impact earlier. Next slide, please. Now, I'm explaining. As an investor, you registered with our platform. You are on our platform using our platform. You can browse project. The moment you click browse project, you will see a plethora of infrastructural projects you can invest in. Sustainable buildings, for instance. Maybe you are an investor that you are interested in building more sustainable buildings. You click on sustainable building. You will see residential building, industrial building, and commercial building. You click on the one that concerns you. And then you see different designs that have been made that needs funding, or different designs that have been funded already. Maybe you want to make a replica in your own space. Of course, we have smart transportation, and for the renewable energy, if you remember, I mentioned about the philanthropy that wants to place solar panels in schools in his own community. And I would like to say this, we left a space for others. That space was deliberately done for inventions and new ideas. If you remember when Group 1 made their presentation, that is a novel idea. The question is, how do the markets get to know about that product? They can upload their product in our website. Yes, they can upload their product in our website in that place called order, so that investors that, okay, I want to invest in something that is new, probably not in the existing stock. Let me go to orders and check the new and novel products and services that are showing up. Are we together, please? And then I specifically added planting trees. Last month, I'm a student of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria. Last month, UNICEF came to our school and they sponsored 1,000 trees to be planted. So imagine with me that UNICEF wants to plant 7,000 trees in Borno State. What would they do? They simply come to the platform. They click on planting trees. They see different layouts as it relates to that. Or they now go to, next slide please, meet verified designers. So it means when UNICEF, for instance, goes through browse project, they don't see what they actually want. They can now click on meet verified designers to now tell the designers, okay, I want to plant 7,000 trees in Borno State. Give me the design, the blueprint, the layout, the cost effect. How will this project be designed? The whole planning and maintenance process. Are we together, please? Then they just strike the deal with the necessary process through our platform. So it's in two models. It is the project-based model where investors put out detailed description of what they actually want. Then, like I explained earlier, professionals will pick it up, work on the designs, then send it back to the funder as a proposal. That the funders pick specific designs from professionals and then invest accordingly. They will strike the deal all through and with our platform. And then the other part is the gig-based model, which is where professionals in themselves or organizations will make designs that need funding, then they will upload it in our platform. So the investors can see it and invest accordingly. Next slide, please. Now, track your impact.
5 minutes more.
Thank you, sir. I did explain our website. It has three main parts, which is browse project. You see existing projects. The other part is meet verified designers. So you meet specific designers to do tailor-made designs for you. And then the last part is track your impact. So Mr. Michael is an investor. He has used our platform to strike certain deals. The artwork comes in. Welcome, Mr. Michael. You have donated $12,500. This project, you have funded 4 projects. You have been able to contain and reduce 46 tons of carbon dioxide. Trees that have been planted, 800, 1,500 liters saved. Communities reach 25. All of this, you'll be seeing it in your focus on our website. So there's a sense of transparency. Next slide, please. Still under track your progress, impact, you see funded projects, solar panels in Borno State. So the funder, you can see that is 70% completed. You can see the other one, restoration initiative, water conservation. So in fact, you are tracking it. Nobody's cheating you. And then, of course, look at the recent update at the other side. Next slide, please. Now, the cost analysis. How much will it cost us to build this website? From what we did, we arrived at 1.3 million naira. Next slide, please. The operation. So, paying our designers, content research lead, marketing officer, that was made using our platform, we have a specific commission will collect about 1 to 5% of the entire project will be collected. So imagine a project that is worth 50 million naira. So taking about 1 to 5% of that particular project. Now, of course, premium and paid, and then ads and sponsorship, right? Some organizations will have to come and run ads using our platform. They'll pay, of course. Training programs, grants. We have specific people that will apply for grants because this is a novel idea. So specific people apply for grants so we can move this platform to the next level. Next slide. Marketing strategy. From online campaigns through to partnership, webinars, press release, we'll be using newsletters and newspapers to let the world know what we're doing in training. Next slide, please. Phase 2, which is adoption, from the premium through to early, offer early access. So we can give out proposal templates, funders list. We can give out funders list to professionals so they know, okay, this particular funder is interested more in this kind of project. So it's easier for them to design whatever they are doing towards that direction. Demo request and live onboarding. Next slide, please. Time. Now, in conclusion, Greenlink is beyond the platform. Greenlink is the catalyst for Nigeria's sustainable development. Yes. And then this platform makes it easier for investors to find and identify investable projects. It makes it easier for professionals to monetize their skills. It also makes it easier for government and philanthropists to make real-time impact in their community. Thank you. Next slide. And of course, this work was done by wonderful and amazing set of persons. From our group mentor, Ms.
30 seconds more.
Okay. From our group mentor through to being Jamal Sarosimi. Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together for group 4. Okay, we are going to do this randomly. Which of the judges want to go first? Prof Z.
Okay, you are group 4. Okay, so let's call you group 4. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very articulate. Clearly, you are practicing to be a motivational speaker or a pastor. I don't know. But you spoke well. I enjoyed your presentation. It was captivating. I'm not sure whether I have questions or there are suggestions, to be honest. But I think that at the beginning, I had a bit of a problem with your problem. And you said the problem is funding.
Yes.
Do you know Nigeria is a very rich country?
Yes.
So I'm not sure using the word funding captures the actual problem. I think you should paraphrase it. Because if you think about maybe, let's say fiscal discipline is a problem, or let's just say ethical funding is another way of looking at it. Because you could have funding, but then again, there's corruption, there's mismanagement, there's even unethical source of funding, money laundering and all that kind of stuff. I don't think Nigeria's problem is really money per se. I think it's how we use the money, if you agree with me. So I'm not saying the word funding is correct, but I think you need to contextualize it. You're making it sound like this is Burkina Faso where we're poor. They're not really poor there, but you get my point. You know, the money is there. It's just how we use it and how we track it, how we ensure that it's ethically spent and we monitor things and the rest of that. That will be a better way of saying it. If this is one poor part of the world where they really are broke, they don't have oil, they don't have minerals, and they don't have agriculture, you can say, yes, funding is a problem. But you know, Nigeria is too rich for its own good. This is one of my, I think, our problem. If we're not that rich, imagine they said somebody will stay billions, we don't even know, until one Swiss bank will tell us, oh yeah, one general died and he left some billions. That's how rich we are. So I think you should think about it from that way. Not that, it's okay for us to have those foreign investors. That's fine. It's okay for people to look at it to invest. So funding is really an issue. But it's not because there's lack of it. It's how do we ensure that this money is used well, okay? So, in summary, I think the only main issue I have is the way you've branded it. And I think you need to do a little bit of work in that area in terms of how do you ensure that, for example, someone who is donating $1 million or 100 million naira, how do you know it's not stolen money? You talked about sustainability, isn't it? So there's economic sustainability, there's also social sustainability. If somebody is stealing money from CBN or NNPC and bringing it into this, is it really proper? Are you going to accept money from a drug dealer? Or what's this guy who is hush dog or hush puppy? Are you going to collect money from him? You see my point? So it's not about money, it's about what kind of money and how do you use it again. So think about it carefully and rebrand that. And yeah, I think that for me, it's just what I want to suggest as a sort of contribution. It's not really a question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who's going next? Oh, my chairman, ma.
Thank you very much. Well done to Group 4, right? Group 4. I think one of the things we mentioned about the previous group was the fact that they had a very big topic, but they didn't really define their own position in the discussion. And you guys have actually nailed your exact position, your exact proposition. You've been able to identify where exactly you want to come in and the solution you want to provide, which is really wonderful. And like Dr. Zed said, it really is an issue of sort of like transparent funding as versus just funding. So I guess going forward, you should be able to refine that properly and just be able to really make your selling points very clear, right? That we're not just providing a platform, but this platform actually verifies the business on one hand, and on the other hand, it actually exactly verifies the funding as well. And connecting those two, honestly, is actually a very big deal in Nigeria. So I think your proposition is very...
Thank you so much, Architect Blackbear. Architect Shea.
All right, Group 4, right? Yeah, thank you. That was a good one. That's really commendable. It's unique, and I salute the courage you've taken to, go this path, right? I know there are a couple of challenges that you should have envisaged, and that's actually my question. But I want to first of all say that you've taken a bold step, all right? The business of connecting people, creating a hub, is not easy. It's not so straightforward, and it's not common, all right? This is not like something that is common within our society, all right? So I want to encourage you, please, let's push this, okay? So what are the major pitfalls you have identified? You didn't speak about it, all right? In birthing this initiative, what are just mention one or two major challenges you envisage in getting this to reality? Thank you.
One of the things we identified was trust issue, because infrastructure projects require a lot of money. So we wondered trust between customers and get whoever the customer is. So it's more of trust issue. How they trust our platform that is authentic. And one of the ways we can actually implement that to be vetted by organizations during building our system. So this particular organization accredits that Greenlink is actually authentic and putting our reputation on stage. So
Oh, that's a good one. Okay.
currently we have server
You have what?
server
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Please let's put our hands together for Group 4. This is really commendable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I'll take Dr. Tenny.
Group 4, well done. I need to say that I was very captivated by your presentation. I think it was so good. I had to start asking Architect Emmanuel, how do we verify that this is actually your idea and it's not like you just took it from somewhere and came to present it here? So, what are there similar websites, that you saw while doing your research that have done similar things that are working, or this is really just your idea from beginning to end?
Okay, while we're doing our research, we saw platforms that proposed was not tailored to infrastructural development in terms of the roads, units, and all that. So what I saw online was like a particular app or website where users can log on to the platform and they check sustainable brands in terms of fashion. So now say, okay, this particular fashion brand is using sustainability in its production process. So let me patronize this particular brand. So that was what we saw. There was nothing specific as to what we did.
Okay, so the infrastructure you are dealing with, are they any kind of infrastructure, or is it tailored towards the built environment specifically?
Yes, it's not actually tailored to building environment, youth environment, but it's more youth environment. And then, like I said, that's why there's a space for other any other thing that relates to this aspect can be started there, like group 1 to 10.
Or you are very particular about group 1. Well done.
All right, guys. You know the interesting thing, what you did that I liked the most was being able to curate the tangibles and the intangibles. So there's a tangible product that give intangible values. I like the fact that you're able to also have some sort of desired measurable metrics for carbon footprint that is being saved. Of course, the challenge with that also is trust and ability to track. Again, your project has also given us another problem on this panel. And trust me, we have a solution already. Because we are also open, so beside the fact that we have mentors here that should listen to you and curate and judge how innovative or how problem solving your propositions are, we are also looking beyond now. We are looking at, from this room, we can have solutions that in 10 years to come, we can have someone saying, hey, I started this company from this meeting. In fact, to that effect also, there are some announcements that will be made after the 4th presentation. So we want to say thank you for putting your best. Thank you for looking at Nigeria and saying, you know what, if they are doing it elsewhere in the world, we can do it better here. We can put the problem together and solve it in our own way. So guys, we are so proud of you. Well done.
Honestly, when the first group presented, I was asking myself, would there be a better group? But I'm telling you, you all are winners. All of you. And at this point, I think the research and innovation group, we've gotten a second paper for our journal, definitely this year.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, thank you so much. Audience. We don't have time. So we'll take one person. Let's take. Go ahead. Cheryl, please help me.
Thank you so much. It's a nice one, right? Your idea is bringing tech to solve problems. So it's not like a question, more like a contribution, but there's a question part to it. Like Prof said, the problem is not funding. The way I called it out, I called it resource management. That's one problem. That's the way you can brand it, resource management. But however, I have a question for you. Have you guys thought about what you can do to ensure that this flies? Because one thing with ideas or one thing with solving problems, and when you're trying to solve problems, you are blocking someone else's maybe mode of making money, right? How are you planning to get licenses to ensure that this flies in Nigeria? Are you trying to put policies in place to ensure that a government doesn't come and say that, okay, we don't want external funding or external investors to come through your platform? We want it to go through. Maybe they decide to now create a federal parastatal that sees to that. What are the plans to ensure that these things are ingrained in government? Because government can bring up policies and ensure anything happens, right? So that's one thing I want you to look into. Then two, also, you didn't say, you mentioned partnership, but I want to call it beyond partnerships, collaboration. How do you tend to collaborate with the professional bodies to ensure that you are really getting the verified? Because you kept on mentioning verified. How do you tend to collaborate with the professional bodies to ensure that these persons too that are coming on board are people who are truly verified? Maybe they need to renew their license, because that's where you also drive for ROIs or IGRs rather for the professional bodies. Then majorly, the last one is, how do you tend to make your money? What percentage, what tax, what charge are you putting on this platform to ensure that these things are also profitable to you, not just like a CSO or NGO platform? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. You don't have to respond to all of that. Just put it down and then go. I am sure some of the questions he also asked was dealt with during the course of the presentation, like how they are going to get their funds out and every percentage and all of that. They mentioned all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, judges, I hope we are done scoring them. Please put your hands together for members of Group 4 and their mentor, Adekoya Lydia Omorisola. Please come down as you take your photograph. Put your hands together for their mentor. Put your hands together for Lydia. Thank you so much. The only lady that is mentoring men. Judges, please. Please put your hands together for Group 4 as they take their seats. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my judges, while Group 4 were still presenting, one of my boss and her husband, QS Badamasi, and architect Mrs. Hadiza Badamasi walked in. Please put your hands together for them. That's my direct organ in GBCN. You're welcome, ma. Your boy is very loyal. Finally, last but not the least, Group 3. Put your hands together for members of Group 3 as they come forward for their presentation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, before Group 3 start their presentation, media, please project our social media handles on the screen and hashtag for this year's event. Go to your social media handles, post about this event, pictures you've taken, use the hashtags. You can tag GBCN. On Instagram is GBCN_NG, Green Building Council Nigeria. Also use the hashtag FCS 2025, hashtag Future Cities Summit 2025, hashtag Smart Sustainable Resilient, hashtag YEE 2025. Please make sure you make a post, make sure you tag GBCN, and make sure you use the right hashtags. Thank you so much. I want to see all your pictures and all your tags, beautiful faces and videos on social media so that other people will get to know about what we are doing here. They'll get to know about the Green Building Council Nigeria, and they will be a part of this event. Thank you so much. Group 3, are you ready? My timekeeper, sir. Are we ready? Group 3, you have 15 minutes and your time starts now.
Good day, everyone. Very good afternoon, fellow colleagues. I'm Additional Osman, and here with me is Abdullah. Let me start Aisha. I will be presenting on urban policy and the urban footprint. In our research on urban policy and also carbon footprint, we found out that cooking method in Nigerian households is one of its major contributors to the emission of carbon from households. And according to Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, we found out that 7.8% of all households in Nigeria, particularly the low-income households, are still relying on clean cooking solutions, which is the charcoal, firewood, and kerosene. And the government projection for 2050 is to reduce the emission of these carbon gases, the emission of these GHG into the atmosphere by half, which by now are most solutions. We call it Urban Bio Nigeria. Urban Bio Nigeria is a community-based clean energy solution that offers affordable, accessible, and clean cooking solutions through local biogas filling of Nigeria by reducing the dependency on LPG and kerosene. And our solution for other cooking solutions is going to be giving us very low carbon emission, reduce indoor air pollution, low cost setup and waste management, and also affordable purchase. And since our solution is a community-based solution, our solution has been segregated into 5 products: the biogas plant, the biogas cylinder, the refilling station, the carbonic app, and the biogas CNG compressor. And this is the delivery setup from the biogas plant to the purification process, the refilling of and output. And this is our customized cylinder. This customized cylinder is different from the normal LPG cylinder. This is an advance of our CNG cylinder, but with a little three components added to it, such as the flame arrestor, the HPS scrubber, and the electricity track.
Good day, everyone. So as you can see, this is a normal dashboard of the carbon app. So we found that millions of people in Nigeria, they have issues of cooking, clean cooking energy. So in this case, we found that there are this biogas. Biogas is probably supposed to that is carbonate. So this carbonate are connected biogas station from house biogas station to house. So in this case, this carbonate app is a game changer. It features like dashboard, refilling section, refilling cylinders, automatic bill payment, and the IoT monitor, which you can figure waste alert. Please next slide. So as we can see, this is the wireframe of the app. As we can see directly from page 1, it will tell you, as you directly log into this app, it will tell you that welcome to Carbonate app. It will tell you that. Then you can log in. From login, it will tell you there is a brief tower that will tell you how the app is working. So as we quickly go to dashboard, we have 3 buttons, which is we have waste alert, then IoT monitor, and etc. So in this waste alert, we have chatbot. So in this chatbot, it has the potential. Maybe it has the potential when you are having a total amount of your waste. So it can directly upload the picture of the waste that you have. So then the AI chatbot would directly identify the kind of waste that you have. Then it will directly send to our back-end operators in the app. Then it will generate will this be done waste impact, the green impact, the carbon emission sales, and etc. So that is based on the app. So this app, through this app, we can reduce carbon emission, reduce massive amount of using unclean cooking energy, and etc.
Now, let's see, this is potential. We are focusing on four states, four cities inside the Lagos state. We have the Kano city, we have the Lagos city, we have the state, and we have River State. So we are focusing on their cities. So according to the statistics from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, we found out that Lagos produces 5.46 million tons waste yearly annually. Kano 1.1 million tons, River State 8 million tons, and Ogun 1.47 million tons annually. And the revenue stream, we have five ways of generating revenue. The first one is the app subscription. The second one is the biogas waste for the green farming, which is the selected for the green farming and normal farming. Then the CNG for cars and trucks, and the gas cylinder, and which is the cooking gas that are this is the financial cost. For the capital expenses, we have about 24 million for setting, and for the operating cost, we have 5.5 million. Then for the for the revenue generators, I know you want how are we going to be generating 2,000 tons of biogas monthly? We are going to be partnering with government agency and private sector. Like for instance now, we'll be partnering with people from farming activities, people that are into farming activities, such as poultry waste and other organic waste. Then, and the amount of waste needed to generate 60,000 kg is 435 mixed organic waste. And from the statistics that we showed earlier on the waste generated by each state annually, we're able to generate 435 tons of waste from them annually. Now, this is project workflow, starting with the suitability mapping. This suitability mapping, we are applying the knowledge of CIS to the suitability mapping, selecting the ideal location for setting up this biogas plant and the distribution station. Then, onto the setting out, we'll be using 7 months to set out the biogas plant and distribution station, following the assessment and other factors. Then, in the second year, we will be into the development of the carbonic slab, cylinder, the product cylinder, and in the third year, we are going to start the production of, we are going to start the sales of the biogas. Now, in this case, we have 2 years for completing, for setting up the biogas plant and distribution. While in the third year, the sales of biogas. And these are the sustainability impact of our own framework according to the SDG. Support the SDG 3, 7, 8, 11, 13, 12, and 9. And these are the things with me and the other mentors. And we have our mentors too that they support us in finding out creative solutions. That's all we have.
Thank you so much, Group 3. Please put your hands together for Group 3. They are the only group that were not given the 5 minutes remaining warning. Please put your hands together for them again. Group 3 actually spoke about urban policy and household carbon footprint. Georges, over to you. Who wants to go first? Georges? Okay, Dr. Tenny.
Group 3, well done. I find this topic very interesting. I had mentioned biogas earlier in one of my comments. I didn't know a group would come and present on biogas. So it's actually very relatable. However, I was waiting for you to speak on the source of the biogas. As much as you spoke about the technicality of how you plan to run the app and all that, you did not talk about the sources. So you didn't exactly specify what problem you want to solve. Okay? So what exactly is the problem you're trying to solve? What is the source of this biogas? How accessible is the infrastructure going to be? So yes, you've talked about the app and all that, but how? Because the only thing I saw, I think it sounds like people will be going to a particular place to buy the gas. I think biogas is even more accessible than that. There are actually smaller structures that can be created in homes, So what's your plan for the source of the biogas?
On that, in our research, we found out that let's talk about the data will be very possible for you. You are fortunate to know how, and it's very possible to set it up. Like, set up the one data will cost about 5,000 naira. And though we will be generating the biogas, for the cost of setting it up, that's one of our major problems. We don't have money for have the best that are usually accessible and firewood, cooking solutions, the transport, storage house, set up biogas, digester. So that's one of the problems. And our source is from the organic waste, the farming waste, the waste, the animal waste, any type of waste.
Okay.
What it means is that you are not solving a problem of waste in those homes. So you see where I'm coming from. So yes, you are creating cooking energy, but there's still a waste problem in those homes that has not been infused into the whole value chain. So I think we need to look at it more holistically.
Thank you so much, Ma. Professor Zeb.
Before I ask some questions or make some comments, I'd like to think that at the end we get to talk in general about everybody. Okay, that's good. Yes, so first of all, group 3. I think the previous group, when they presented, you or someone complained that there weren't enough women. So you guys went and kidnapped 3 random ladies because you want to cheat, eh? None of them spoke. So how do we know they are members of this group? Anyway, I'm just playing with you. Well done. I see it's very good to have a bit of gender balance. In fact, it's overbalanced because there are more women than men in the group. But it's good. It's all good. Well done for the presentation. And I think I would like to suggest that, sometimes when you present, I was an architect by training originally before I moved into engineering and other things. And one thing you don't want to be is the first presenter, because the kind of questions the judges get will give you an idea of what you should go and lie about. I think Lakwe will back me up with that. So you can see how group 4, for example, not just articulate, but they exploited group 1. In fact, they plagiarized, they stole, they kidnapped so many things from group 1. And I was hoping that you guys will do the same thing with group 2. You could have said your biogas, like my colleague there mentioned. My main question, where is the source of the biogas? You could have said, we are going to wait for group 2 to do the waste collection, and then we will convert it to biogas. So I'm just trying to say you need to learn to be proactive and to improvise as you listen to other people, because life is dynamic. So as other people are presenting, you'll be thinking, we need to think about this. And that's one thing group 4 did very well, even though I think they brutalized group 1, to be honest. But you get the point I'm saying. Okay, that's good. So, one thing I think you should have done, so this is a comment, I have some questions. I think you should have focused on cooking. I think you try to handle so many aspects of biogas that at the end of the day, some of it got a bit lost. You're talking about so there are some things you showed in your solutions. I felt it was a bit destructive in a way, you know. For example, I think if you could have made yourself to design an ecosystem so that other people will do the heavy lifting. Now you're talking about building filling stations, creating your own cylinders. That's a lot of capital and a lot. And you know, as a startup, if you were a startup, how many filling stations can you build? You see my point. You could have taken advantage of the existing infrastructure, existing supply chain, and you say we've created this solution that will just bring everything together, which will make you add value and create something new. But I think you try to take on a little bit too much. If you just tackled cooking, how do we get biogas to people to cook? I think that will have been, all of us will eat. So, you know, that's a very focused and a sufficient problem to tackle. So more or less you were too granular, you went into too much detail. You could have stuck to one idea and just be very generic about it. The other question was about the source of biogas, and you've already answered that. So I don't have anything else to add, but well done, especially for your gender balance and everything, but also for an interesting presentation, because I think the future of the world is going towards things like biogas and the rest of that. So that's it has a lot of promise and potential. And I think there's a potential for this to be a part of your research paper, if you are interested. I know you're all undergraduate students, but the real world, you know, you need to do some serious research, get yourself published and recognized, and even if you don't make money, you become an authority in the area. All right.
Thank you so much, sir.
I just want to add to what Prof. Z has said. I think all the groups, I don't know, I don't have the authority, should come to Nile. Is it possible? You are presenting on 28 on how to commercialize your product.
So what he's trying to say is that actually I'm making a presentation in Nile University on the 28th about how to commercialize your research, and I'm presenting to people with PhDs, but we are going to allow people who are students who are interested in research, because research solves problems and you can make money from it. And I think that even though you are undergraduate students, am I correct? You're all undergraduates? Yes, there's opportunity for you to start to think, you know what, actually I enjoy this whole process of collecting data, gathering these, solving problems, and then you guys are trying to make money. You'll find in academia right now, I'm sorry my fellow colleagues for taking too long on this, but there are many, why I'm making that presentation is that I've seen many colleagues of mine who have PhDs and all that, and their work just ends up in one journal of biogas in University of Taraba or something like that, and with ASU not making, and strikes and money is not coming to the pocket, professors are not well paid. I'm trying to encourage them that, you know what, you can commercialize your work, you can make money from it. And if undergraduate students can think like this, why can't a professor do that? This is the point. So we are all welcome to Nile University. I hope that you people will allow them to come in, to come and attend if you want to. And later on I'll talk again about, I think, how this whole process can be improved going forward, because it's a very beautiful thing to see.
That's one. The second thing is about scalability. I was thinking when the other guys, they came in with their name. You know, if your research was scalable to this biogas in a small scale like this that we can use to cook, it's an idea. Scalability, affordability, that is invention. When you invent, it should be affordable, it should be scalable. And other part, if you like, you laugh. If you like, don't laugh. I think these two guys kidnapped these three ladies because none of them said anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Group 3. And please, audience, okay, just one person so we can conclude.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, group 4, right, or 3? Group 3 spoke about urban policy, okay, and group 4 spoke about funding and stuff relating to building. Okay, urban policy, there are other aspects of urban policy in terms of infrastructure management and planning of a town. You get group 4 mentioned something about the problem they are having is relating to buildings, But as a town planning student, I believe that there are ways you'll be able to plan a town that will be accessible by almost everyone. They said there are lack of buildings, but if you look at Lagos and Abuja as an example, there are many of empty buildings available, but they are built in the standard for just high-class earners or middle-class earners, whereby leaving the low-class earners without means for accommodation, and instead of them to like get that means, they tend to like utilize whatever resources they have to build an environment you get. So you guys focusing on urban policy, I feel like, okay, there are field or aspects whereby they can develop such policy to like regulate the amount of building meant for the low class earners, the medium, and the high class earners. Thank you.
Architect Lakbe, you.
So I just wanted to say that based on what I observed, I think that the solution or what you should have focused on is a one-stop solution, like it's a solution for a household. So that will solve the problem of the source of for your biogas and the use of the biogas. If you design a system that collects from source, for example, from a sewage system, collects from the source, you have a machinery that connects and goes straight to the canister, and then is used for cooking. So you have a one-stop solution that can be deployed to individual houses instead of looking at the big scale and doing an app and all of that. If you have a solution that can be sold to individual houses at different scales, then it would be more practical. That's what I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much, members of Group 3. Please come down for your photo with the judges. Please put your hands together also for their mentors, Akintola and Abdullah Oyelaki. Akintola and Abdullah, where are they? Keep going. Move to the middle, please. Where is Akintola? Doing We are going to have a general group photograph, but please put your hands together for members of Group 3 and their mentors, Akintola and Abdullah. Where are they? Please put your hands together for the beautiful mentors of Group 3. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while we are still compiling our results, I want to also bring to your notice that all of the mentors, all the people that mentored the participants for this year's YEE were participants in last year's YEE. Please put your hands together for all the mentors. Put your hands together for them. All the mentors you saw here today were participants in last year's YEE. Okay? So YEE 2.0 participants, get ready. It will be your turn next year to mentor other people, okay? And while Group 3 we are presenting, the coordinator of last year's YEE event, Mrs. Mama Adeshina Sanusi, walked in. Please put your hands together for Mama. Where is Mama? Okay, I think she stepped out. Mama was the coordinator for last year's event. I assisted her in doing that. This year, I was promoted to become the coordinator. Please put your hands together for Prince Emmanuel Audu. We were able to pull this together with my boss, architect Hadiza Badamasi. Please put your hands together for her. Miss Sarah Benjamin, put your hands together for her. And of course, my one and only Oga, architect Emmanuel Falode. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. Thank you so much, sir, for your help. Without these people, I don't think we'll be gathered here today to listen to all of these wonderful ideas and innovations that these brilliant minds have been able to put together and present to us. We're very grateful for your time. Thank you so much for all the dedication. Thank you so much for all the hard work. God bless you all. We're going to be taking final words from our judges while we compile our results. Before I hand over the mic to Architect Emmanuel, please let's take final words from our judges and then you take it up from there. So, okay, final words.
Good afternoon again, everyone. I am very grateful for the opportunity to serve on this panel. Even though it was very impromptu, Architect Emmanuel just called me at a very odd hour yesterday, but I'm happy to be here. And I must say that I am actually very proud of all the participants today. Especially as a lecturer, you know, it gives hope when you hear things like this. It means that what we say in class is not, it doesn't end in class. At least there's some research that goes further beyond the class. So whether you participated or not and you are here today, I'm sure that this has triggered something in you. Like I always tell my students, you are not in school just for the certificate. You're in school to find solutions to problems. So make sure you see the problems around you, and as you're seeing the problems, you're looking for the solutions to those problems. So well done, everyone, and congrats to everybody, whether you win or not.
Please put your hands together for Dr. Tenny. As Dr. Tenny was still speaking, I have to recognize my madam by fire, by force. The coordinator of last year's YEE, the mother of YEE, walked in again. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Mama Adeshina Sanusi. Put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to see your face. Good afternoon, Dr. Udu. I have to showcase her all the time. She was my lecturer back in Yabatech. So she was the one that helped us to be able to develop in this journey, this sustainability space. So she give you assignment and tell you that when you do this assignment, you will earn a certificate and you get a score. So it's not like you sit in class, write tests. No, she will make sure that you succeed and you earn something from it. And after she gave us that opportunity, I never looked back. Thank you, Dr. Tenny. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here today again with my partner in crime here. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't look down. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming again. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you, everyone, for everyone that showcased. What I will tell you now, based on what happened last year, it shouldn't end here. There should be a fire, a passion that burns in you, which will propel you to do more, to want to take the next step. This might just be like a regular school assignment like you are used to, but don't take it that way. Everything has a reward when you keep doing what you are supposed to do for it. When you go back home, don't let it just life follow and just move on. No, build on it and you will be surprised how much you can do, how much you can get from this. Because the world actually needs you. There are a lot of environmental issues that we need to solve, home-based. This is not about the glacier melting and all of that. This is about our own home issues that we have, environmental issues. And you are doing amazing by finding solutions to these problems. So every of the solutions that you have, reach out to people. You'll be surprised that people are actually willing to listen. I am a witness. I am, what? Yes, I am an evidence to this. So reach out and you will be surprised. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Mama. While the judges are still conferring, are we done? I want to specially thank the students from the University of Abuja. Put your hands together for yourselves. You all are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sure you have been inspired. I'm sure you've learned one or two things, specially led by Architect Fridausi. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you so much, Architect. God bless you for doing this for us. You're going to be a part of the program tomorrow, next tomorrow. Please, as students, this program is open for everyone. Once the application is open, do well to apply. You skilled
in Green Building Council, but maybe also the audience. Maybe I should stand up so you see my face. Because I wanted to speak to the audience as a whole. First of all, I think this is a very interesting initiative. I enjoyed my time. And I'm glad that Professor Dodo invited me to be a judge. I feel very honored to be here. So I want to make some recommendations and suggestions going forward. The first is that I think don't underestimate what you're doing here. Like my colleague said, you are problem solvers. You know what I mean? You have to think of yourselves as students, as people who should go out there and change the world. But you can only change the world if you have something different. If you're doing the same thing that everybody's doing, you cannot make a change. Value comes from scarcity. Let me repeat myself. Value comes from scarcity. As a graduate, ask yourself, how scarce am I? If what you're doing can easily be done by the next person, you're not really a valuable person. When your company is trying to downsize, you'll be one of the first to go. So you have to learn to acquire rare and valuable skills. And it's through things like this that require rare and valuable skills, whether it's research skills, marketing skills, presentation skills, like that gentleman there who spoke eloquently. These are things that will make you stand out. All right? So this is one thing. I think also you need to think beyond this event. But how do you move to the next stage? I think, like what you find in other parts of the world, is that you could use crowdsourcing to get some funding. I don't know how many of you have heard of GoFundMe. I would expect each and every group that took part in this to go and create a GoFundMe account. Somebody in India or Japan might just donate £1 or $1, but somebody in Brazil could give you £10,000 because he's impressed. And that's how you can get your startup fund to move to the next stage. Okay, I know somebody donated 100,000 naira, but I mean, we need more money. And you don't have to restrict yourself to the Nigerian market. There are people, philanthropists out there who have money they want to throw away, and they will be happy to throw it to your solution because you are helping to solve local problems in indigenous ways. So that's something I think you should take very seriously. I think maybe for Green Building Council, I would like to suggest that perhaps from next year, you can also invite angel investors to be part of the panel or part of the audience. There are people who are looking for how to invest their money, and they can say, what, I want to, like at the beginning we were talking with the other architect, I said this is beginning to look like Dragon's Den. I mean, it's feasible that I could actually, want to invest maybe some amount of money for a share in one of those businesses, if it's a business. So, and there are people who want to do this out of ethical reasons or out of business reasons. So I think that we should think about inviting angel investors or, people who are trying to find a way to make money, because you are providing solutions. All of you have provided solutions. And I tell you one thing, if you have a solution to somebody's problem, you have a business. Let me repeat myself. If you have a solution to somebody's problem, you have a business. And all of you have identified problems that are not just for individuals, but can affect large communities and even a whole country. The third is that I would like to suggest that participants should be encouraged to produce some sort of prototype of some sort, even if it's at least maybe 25% of their proposed solution. You don't have to do the whole thing. Or there's something called minimum viable product. If you're developing an app, let's just see some prototype, something, some of people try to do wireframing, which is very good. But I think that, or maybe there's something called technology readiness level. That is TRL. Please Google this in your spare time. What TRL level are you working at? Somebody's working at TRL level 1 to 3, which is conceptual. Somebody's working at TRL level 4 to 5 or 6, which is like, it's prototype. And somebody might be doing a solution that is TRL level 7 to 9, which is almost market ready. So try to think in that way. Okay, prizes. Now, prizes for the winners, I don't know how much you're going to get, how many millions, but I think we need to think beyond monetary prizes. With the sort of things I've seen today, I can assure you that some of the ideas you have here are actually worthy of PhD research. And one of the things I will try to do, myself and my colleague Yakubu Dodo and Akshay Lape and a few other people who know our research, we have a research training and support group where we mentor people to get scholarships and whatever, is that we can help you to develop proposals that might lead to even PhD studies. I don't even want to talk about MSc. I know you're undergraduate students, but guess what? In countries like the UK, with a first-class degree, you can do a PhD. You don't need a master's. In fact, with a strong 2-1, you can get a PhD. But there's a catch. Usually, you have to have a publication. So if each and every one of these group members can go and write a very good journal and publish in an international journal, write a very good manuscript and publish in an international journal, you have a very strong chance of getting funded research. Because if I'm a professor of sustainability or whatever, and I've got some funding, why would I give it to you when I don't know whether you know methodology or you know market research? But if I see that you've published, you know what, I'm likely going to take you, and I've done this many times with PhD students, okay? So you need to think that this is, if you don't want to go out there and start a startup company, you might be on your way to getting a very solid PhD, not just in the UK, but it could be in America, it could be Malaysia, that people are willing to throw money at you just to solve that problem for them, okay? Then, I think the GB Green Building Council, I don't know whether you do this, but please, I'd like to suggest that your website, you should have a dedicated section where we can document the ideas that these group members have come up with. Everything from inception, from how did the groups get formed, who were their mentors, what are the challenges they faced, you know, how did they come up with the research, and then the final presentation, so that this can inspire people going forward. You know what I mean? The alternative is to capture everything in a YouTube video, which you could if you wanted to, but I think the video and a bit of text, so that we kind of have a documentation of the whole process. It is not the end product that matters sometimes. The process, if you do PhD or any research, sometimes you know the process is more important than the results. So that's something I think that we can do to inspire the next generation. I'm very happy to see that the coordinator from last year or something like that was here. So that means you people, you especially, you should be prepared to come and present next year or whatever, and introduce people. And I think finally, sorry, I tend to speak too much. We are going to have prizes or whatever, winners announced. But maybe we should also include what I would call a People's Choice Award. Because we judges will see something based on a criteria. But you, the audience, might also say, you know what, this is our own first prize. So there could be the official winner, and there could be People's Choice Award. Whether you are here or online, people can get to vote. And in fact, if you start to do that online journaling thing I talked about, like blogging your ideas, people can start to vote even before the final takes place. So that by the time we finish, we say, okay, the judges have said group XYZ has won, but online, this is the group that has won. And if you have that kind of pedigree or backing, you can see if you put this thing in your GoFundMe page, an investor in America will be happy to donate some money. There's some old woman dying somewhere in Germany, and she has maybe 1 million euros in her will that she said, develop Africa with it. Who they, you know, maybe our children say, okay, let's fund this group, let's fund this, let's fund that. But if you have just people donating just $1 in your GoFundMe page, and you have just 10,000 people, that's $10,000. Convert that to Naira and you see what we're talking about. All right? Thank you very much for inviting me. It was a pleasure, and I hope that you found my contributions useful.
Honestly, when I told Prof. Z and he accepted to come, I didn't want to say I caught a big catch. He will not understand. He is our father in research. Please give a round of applause of him. He drove me all the way from Zaria to Kaduna. You know, he was trying to get me over here, and somebody bashed our car. Sorry, sir. On a serious note, inside that rain, you know, this morning we have to struggle. I'm telling you, I don't know, where's the president? You know, when they gave me the task to be the chair of innovation and research, I said, this is too much for me. I'm abroad. They said, no. I said, okay. But I think there's something I would like to add. Please, I think we start giving honorary fellowship to our brothers abroad, the likes of Dr. Z. Maybe we'll start with him. We have to drag him. It's an asset. I'm not going to say anything, oh, he's my boss, but there is something he said about the People's Choice Award. I just want to throw light on what the People's Choice Award can do to you. You know, in 2018, I represented, I was in Malaysia then, I represented University Technology Malaysia and University Science Islam Malaysia on a solar decoupling competition. But the likes of the US, University from Germany, all over the world, you know, we stood no chance. But what was our concept? Our concept was we did a biomimicry of the camel. Do you know the camel? You'll be surprised. It's a sustainable animal. It can drink water, maybe just some gallons, and it can travel for like 6 months. If you go and read about the camel, you will see it's a sustainable. I will not go too deep, but we use the camel as a biomimicry. What did we do? Because it was in the desert, we took the eyelid of a camel. It has triple eyelid, and that was what we use for our wall. People come and ask, how do we get this? How did we get this? We stood no chance, but we won the People's Choice Award. You know? So please, that People's Choice Award should stand. It matters. And like I said, and he made mention of, we need to drag investors. We need to drag the bourgeois who know Hasman, who know the Dangotes. They should support this, our cause. Thank you very much.
Final words, sir.
Well, well, I just need to say this to encourage us. You can see we are getting to the stage in life where there is no segregation of class. You can see they are all professors and I'm just an engineer. He's my childhood friend from primary school. In fact, when they say he drags, sometimes they say education is a scam. It's not a scam. It's not a scam. It's like when the father is dragging the child, that's how he drags me. I believe in research. What I am today is I'm a product of research, personal research. I've been able to produce MBF board from plant waste, which I'm planning to sell to a company in US. I've done my lab tests. I've done every test. When you talk about recycled waste, plastics, and the rest, plastic also is just like a solvent, which is a binding material. You understand? So it's a market on its own. I've done those things, and I've made money from them. You understand? So whatever thing you are doing here, don't just look at it as if we're just making noise. China is China today because of what they do. You understand? We have not started waste in this country. The world now is all about circular economy. So whatever thing you are doing, just like they made emphasis on the lecturer, that she's happy that what she's lecturing is, she's seeing that the students are putting it into effect, into practice. We need people like her to encourage us. And we are the future of Nigeria, you like it or not. There are things, a program we want to do, which is called FaceTime Products, FaceTime Materials in Building Construction. Now, we have the architects also, because they are architects, to support the researchers, the people that produce materials. Because if you don't test these materials, they are the ones to encourage these materials into the market. Sorry to say, I traveled to US and I discovered that all the things, the training I went for, I didn't actually, I was identifying the material instead of the training, because I found out that we have all those things here. But what they did is that they packaged them. Meanwhile, we have those things here. There's a product I bought for $40 in US. I came to Nigeria, in Abuja here, it was littered everywhere on the ground. We have it here. We have those things. So what we are doing, we have, thank God, we have people that have traveled. Wherever he goes, he wants me to be. Is it Turkey? Is it Malaysia? Is it where? They want me to be there. So they are just pulling me, pushing me. I should go, I should do this, I should do this. So the same thing with you. We are all here, we are privileged to be here. Seize this opportunity and just know that tomorrow is going to be a better day for us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. My chairman, my final words.
When my seniors have already given final words, what can I possibly add to the conversation? I just think I've been lucky enough to be in a position where I've been exposed to young minds and to see that there are young people out here who are not just either Yahoo specialists or scam artists. I think it's actually impressive. And I just have to say, like everybody has tried to point out, is that what you have is not something that should be taken for granted. It should not be wasted. It should be worked on, and it is scalable. It's something that can actually make you a successful entrepreneur. And so let's encourage, this is an encouraging atmosphere, an encouraging environment. Take advantage of it and use it to build on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to call on Architect Emmanuel to come for the result announcement. And based on that, he will also make some other announcement before we announce our result. And I think we should start the People's Choice Award now. Right now. We can do it manually, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Let me start by thanking my guys from. Okay, so again, maybe to start, this was because we've been friends from college, 2003. I was one that told me about green building first. But you know what I did? I started running. Before he even catch up with me, I told him, he said, okay, where are you going? I said, you told me we should be running. And I started running. So he's here today, our director of strategic and communication. Sir, we love you, sir. Of course, also here, Dr. Tenny. Let me tell you what the unique thing about it. We had some plans. We have judges. But as days unfold, and we had our preliminary juries, I was thinking that maybe the judges we had were not the judges we needed. When we had that one, I said, no. I said, these people that we are thinking might not help us. So I started thinking in my head. I spoke with Prof. He said, don't worry. I can drag Prof. Z. I said, correct. Yesterday night, I was thinking again that there's something missing, the missing link. I remember her. I called her past 10. I said, Ma, we have a plan, but you must be in the plan. She said, I'll come. And thankfully, there was already, I thought that you don't have any excuse. There's already tomorrow. Please be here with us. And Ma, thank you for coming. And in Jesse also, of course, why am I saying all of this? You will see the reason why I'm saying it in a moment. Jesse also came around, telling us about the things he has done. He's an engineer. And I believe also, of course, it might look like a coincidence that he came, but see, in this space, I'd always seen there are certain things that are spontaneous inventions or coincidence meeting. The day I met Prof, he was already leaving. It was last year. Upper year. He was already leaving the venue. He was now talking to someone. I said, sir, I'm Emmanuel. I've been stuck with my PhD. He said, why are you stuck? I told him the point. He said, no, there's no problem. Now I'm on my 4th semester. By next year, end of next year, I'll be a PhD holder. Imagine after many years. So I'm trying to say that there's no coincidence in this space. And of course, it's also to say that we have a plan that can properly launch you, and this is your product. Then Professor said, thank you for coming. I've seen him on the group. He chatted me recently. I said, is it the one? He said, you were the one, right? I said, it's not the one. I look at that face, I said, it's not the one. But now I've confirmed it's the one. Thank you for coming. And my senior mama, our chairman for this event. Ma, we love you. Thank you for coming. And for you all, so let me tell you the plan we have. Number one, from last year's development, we felt that we can do more with this platform. So we are willing to now have like a contact directly with these mentors on the seat today. So we have a group that we have shared. Of course, please don't board them up. They meet with you quarterly. And we are also hoping, by you meeting with them, that we can spin off. I remember what happened to me in 2018. I met a young lady. She's about 22. So she told me about a rating tool, Fitwell. I don't know if you know Fitwell. It was a research document. I told her that she can turn it to money. So when I look at her, she now says she come and pay $100 to subscribe. I said, you and who? $100 for us. But year in, year out, I've been following her. Fitwel is one of the major accepted rating tool in globally now. And started with the research work in the US. So I'm just saying to tell you that it doesn't matter how novel or unnovel in that sense that you think the idea will be or could or is. These people here can turn your small and unconvincing idea into something big. That next year, in fact, what we're planning next year is that we'll have a segment that will have like a 2.0 feedback. So at that segment, for as many as are bold enough to come and present how far they have gone with their products, we will give you that possibility. That's number one. Number two, again, is that we're also hoping that by that next year, we'll also be able to bring in more investors. However, let me say that, however, everyone seated on this platform, they're able to connect you with millions of dollars. Mark my word. I know all of them almost one-on-one, except in Nigeria that I'm just hearing about him today. But see, everybody here, I can lead you on the pathway to even see their house number. So hold them by their trousers, by their scarf, and say, "Ma, lead us to where the money is." So let me announce for Group 4, your mentor is Dr. Tenny Odu and Prince Emmanuel Audu. I'm sure you all. Where's Group 4? Group 4. Okay, you're here. Okay, so your mentor is Dr. Tenny and Prince Emmanuel. Group 1, your mentor is Prof. Z. He has promised to give you money, more money, and more money. And also, Architect Seyi Orenuga. So what we do is that, okay, then Group 2, your mentors are Architect Lakbe and Engineer Jesse. All right, then Group 3, your mentor is Prof. Dodo, Architect Adiza Badamasi, and Architect Naibi. He's left the room. So in days to come, we'll create a group for this segment. Please, you only meet with them quarterly. Now, they will help you on the pathway of being able to turn it into either a research paper or a startup, depending on how you are willing to invest your time and your projected mindset. Of course, there's nothing that is a research that cannot come to a startup. Then again, they also help you to do patenting. If any of these ideas needs to be patented, they will check for you. But please do not bug them. I know all of them. They are busy, extremely busy. But the best way to harness their resourcefulness is to, once in a while, you can even say, okay, once a quarter, so we are meeting. Of course, also on this group, we have the mentors for last year. So Group 1, Lydia will be on it. Group 2, Elisina will be on that group also. Then Group 4 is Lydia. Group 1 is Sarah and Dele Oye. Then Group 3, Akintola and Abdullah. You'll be on the group also. So you can liaise with them, schedule the meeting, and tell them development. And one I can tell you, if you are able to do something novel and worth hearing of, next year we'll give you time to come and tell us how much you have moved. In addition to all of this, again, from what Prof also suggested, on our web page, okay, Abdullah is there. Abdullah, yes. On our web page, within the next 2-3 months, there will be a link for YEE. If it doesn't happen, hold Abdullah responsible, because it wasn't just a thought. It's something that I think should be, so that you can see how much we are. Because in Nigeria, people thought we are not doing anything, whereas we had done things, but we are keeping what we have done under the bushel so that nobody will know. So let us also put it there. Perhaps someone can see us organically. So please, in the next 3 months, I'll be like, please, and Mary Han, yes, please help us to note. We need to have those groups and some of the things that, of course, you might want to be economical about the truth, not give everything online. But let us see if we can see short clip of their video, their faces. Let us give that visibility to the ideas. So if someone is copying it, you can say, we saw it on their website. And again, it can also help us to also cascade and monitor our progresses. Lastly, what you have is enough. I said it again, let me tell it to you. You know, I thought green building, when I started the journey with him, and we were thinking it was a waste of time, we never knew it would almost be enough. In fact, now it's a contemplation to either to stay in architecture or full green building or construction, because practically what we are doing here is enough a conglomerate to support everybody. I've seen a lot of companies focusing on green building only, and they are multinationals making millions of dollars. So please do not take your time you have spent here with us today or next 2 days as a waste of time. I will encourage you, read more, study more. If you can do researches, PhD, MSc within this space, go ahead and do that. If you can do certification, there are almost 1,001 of them. Invest in yourself, and in days to come, we will be glad that you're part of this event today. So having said that, let me now come and announce. Maybe I'll allow Prince to announce. Or, okay, you know what? You announce one, and I'll clap. Anyway. Oh, so we also have gifts. So we will start with that. We also have gifts for best mentor. Sir. Copyright and patenting. Okay, copyright. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I will hand over this to QS Sarah. She will help us to put the group together within the next, maybe the next 2 days. No, this is our own, yes, you know. Okay, so 1 week. Next week. So by next week, you see yourself in the group where you belong. So in addition to this also, now for everyone that come here in person, for the first and second, you get certificate that shows your position. For third and fourth, you only get certificate of attendance. Is it good? It's not good to get certificate and they say you're the fourth. You know it's not good. So certificate will be given. All right, thank you very much. So that will be picked up on the last day of the event. So if you are here in person, be sure you get a certificate. If you are first or second, you get it in that post. If it's third or fourth, you get certificate of attendance. Then the price. Now our budget is still emerging. So let me announce so that you not say we promise millions. We only promise to showcase you. However, to support you as a council, for the first prize we'll be giving 100,000 naira. Celebrate us. And for the second prize, we'll be giving 75,000 naira. All right. So of course, this doesn't necessarily mean that it's final. But what we can do is that from us, again, this event is put together by us. That means we have spent money. Then also some of you came in from some other places. We'll give you to and fro. Accommodation is also on us. So on our own side, it's just we have done a lot of other goodwill. So please, but one thing you can be sure is that you have mentors in all of us. Management team. You can always reach out to us. Our emails, LinkedIn, and of course your mentors here. But again, I want to encourage you. If someone is not in your group and you want to share the person, let the person know that, sir, this is a favor. You're not in my group. So that the person can also give you some minutes and just attend to your issues and move on. But we don't want you to cluster them up because we know they are very busy and want them to give you quality time and quality input. Once again, please celebrate our mentors. All right, so from here, the best mentor for this year 2025 YEE is QS
Sarah. Okay, so Sarah, please come forward. I was torn between giving QS Sarah and Adekoya Omorisola the best mentors. Please put your hands together for Adekoya Omorisola, Lydia. The only reason why Sarah is standing here as the best mentor is because she went the extra mile of printing shirts for her group members. She went the extra mile of printing these flyers to showcase her group work. That is the only reason why, but Adekoya Lydia too. And yes, she went to the forest to pluck neem leaves and bring here also. But Lydia is also one. I was supposed to be a part of the mentors in group 4, but I had to abandon her when they drew my attention to the fact that I am the coordinator of the event, and it will be unfair to also be a mentor in any of the groups. So I had to plead with Lydia to please carry the load alone and excuse me. I was just viewing her from on top of the tree. But something else played out. Out of the 5 people that were in Lydia's group, 3, I had to send 2 out of the group Because for more than 2 weeks or so or more, they didn't say anything. They were not doing anything in the group. So she was busy dragging them, complaining in my DM, these people are not doing. I reached out to them personally. It was a problem. In fact, 2 of the people seated here in that group, I almost kicked them out. They know themselves. They apologized and said they were going to sit up, and they really did. Please put your hands together for members of Group 4. So, that's why I had to explain. That's why Sarah is standing here today as the best mentor for YEE 2025. Put your hands together for her. Okay, thank you so much. And for the MVP, the most valuable player in the YEE 2.0 cohort, it's no other person but Innocent Monday of Group 4. Put your hands together for Innocent. Innocent, please come forward. I'm going to tell you the reason why Innocent is standing as the MVP for 2025. I just told you a story about Group 4, how more than half of them were very unserious, and I had to kick some persons out. Innocent was the only man standing in that group. When the first set left, he had already started walking before the other people picked up, and then we added 2 other persons to the group to make up the group. So I want to say thank you very much, Innocent. At some point, I was tempted to cancel Group 4. I'm not joking. But he stood his ground when I reached out to him and said, please, sir, the group will survive. And it survived. He dragged the rest of the member. He was literally pulling them. Meeting days, he will call them on phone, go into their DM, send them messages, call them normal call. He will tag them in the group. I was just watching. Like, he did everything possible to make sure that these guys were here today, have the presentation that they have, and honestly, I was wowed by what they had to present today. Please put your hands together for our MVP for 2025 YEE, Innocent Monday. Thank you so much. Please, you're going to get your certificates on the last day of the event. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for them as they go back to their seats. Okay. Can we do the People's Choice first? People's Choice Award. Please, you can just do this very quickly. Scan the QR code on the screen, or you can just type in the URL in your web browser and vote for your most preferred group. Everybody bring out your phone. It will be unfair if you are here and you don't vote for any group. Bring out your phone, scan the QR code. Okay. Those of us who are watching us online and you've been following the program from the beginning, you can also vote. Please use the QR code on your screen, or type in the URL you're seeing on the screen and vote. Vote for your favorite group. And we have a prize donation of 10,000 Naira for the People's Choice Award. So any group that wins the People's Choice Award has a 10,000 Naira award. Okay, we are getting more donations for the People's Choice Award. It is now 60,000 Naira for the People's Choice Award. 60,000. Okay. People's Choice Award, any group that wins has 60,000. How to what? The voting is by the star rating. So if group 4 is your favorite group, you give them 5 star. 4 star. If group 1 is your least favorite, sorry. Okay, if group 10 is your favorite group, give them 4 star. If group 7 is your least favorite, give them 1 star. Please, somebody from the media, come and explain how this thing works.
Hi guys, good afternoon. So we are just using a star rating. So if you are voting for group 1, just choose 1 star. If you are voting for group 2, 2 stars. Group 3, 3 stars. Group 4, 4 stars. Yeah.
Okay, pardon me. So if you click on 1 star, that's for group 1. If you click on 2 star, that means you are voting for group 2. If you click on 3 stars, that means you are voting for group 3. Click on 4 stars, that means you are voting for group 4. Do you understand? If you click on 1 star, you voted for group 1. If you click on 2 stars, you voted for group 2. If you click on 3 stars, you voted for group 3. If you're clicking on 4 stars, it means you're voting for group 4. We are ending the vote in 10 seconds. Okay. So can we have the results screen, please? Let's have the results on the screen, and then we'll end voting at the count of 10. Results screen, please. So, information reaching me is that for our first position, my boss initially announced that the prize money is 100,000. As at this moment, our first prize money is 200,000 naira. Courtesy of Icon Architecture, Architect Naibi. Please put your hands together for him. Our second place prize money is 175,000. Please put your hands together for that. And then the People's Choice Award still stands at 60,000 naira. Please put your hands together. Be clapping when you see people whispering in my ear. Just start clapping. As soon as you see anybody whispering in my ear, just start clapping. But I think I want to plead if we can push in something for Todd at this point, sir. Not yet. It's all right. So first position just got pushed to 300,000 naira. Please put your hands together. Second position, I say when you hear people whispering in my ear, just keep clapping. Second position has been pushed to 225,000 naira. Third position has a prize money of 50,000 naira. Please, third position, 100,000. We are going to end the voting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Some people's vote is going down. 3, 2, 1, 0. So all voting stop, please. For the People's Choice, who is still voting? For the People's Choice Award, first position goes to Group 4. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for members of Group 4. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to all our donors. Thank you to everyone that has supported this. Thank you to all the participants for voting. God bless you all. Now, so, in fourth place, put your hands together for all the groups. In fourth place, with 90.5 points. Put your hands together for members of Group 2. Group 2 members, please stand to your feet with your mentors. Put your hands together for Group 2. One person I did not recognize properly is Elisina. Elisina is the mentor of Group 2. She was supposed to do that job with Mr. Emmanuel Olaolowoye. But he got very busy, and Elisina handled that group alone. Please put your hands together for her. You know, somehow last year, Elisina was more like the baby of YEE 1.0, even though I have my official last born. But Elisina was like the official baby of YEE 1.0. Her parents had to call, we had to, like a lot of things. I'm telling you, no, but I'm not saying that to talk her down in any way. I'm actually proud of where she's standing today. Because of everyone that participated last year, I didn't think she would be one of the people mentoring. I'm sure these guys, when they saw the person that was mentoring them on the WhatsApp group, they're like, wait, is this person we're calling Mama in the group since? But please put your hands together for Elisina. She did a wonderful job. She did an amazing job, and I am very proud of you. Thank you so much for the effort. God bless you. Put your hands together for Group 2. Third place, with a total of 102 points. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for members of Group 3. Group 3 members, please stand to your feet with your mentors. Put your hands together for members of Group 3. They insisted they were going to maintain their position as Group 3 and third position. Please put your hands together for them. Where is Abdullah, Akintola, and Abdullah, the mentors of that group, and they did an amazing job. I'm very proud of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Group 3. Please put your hands together for them as they go back to their seats. In second place, with a total of 106 points. Prof is rolling the drum. Ladies and gentlemen, I am shocked at the result I'm seeing in my hands right now, because it's like the first is becoming the last. Anyways, with a total of 106 points, please put your hands together for members of Group 4. Put your hands together for group 4. Adekoya Lydia Omorisola. Well done. Congratulations, group 4. Second place. Put your hands together for them once more. And finally, with a total of 124 points, give it up for the champions of YEE 2.0 2025, members of Group 1. They also insisted they were going to maintain their position as the first. Please put your hands together for Ms. Sarah Benjamin and Mr. Dele Oye, who are mentors of Group 1. Please put your hands together for them and all the members of that group. Congratulations, Group 1. Congratulations, my Madam Architect Hadiza. Congratulations, Architect Emmanuel. We all knew what we passed through to get to this point. It wasn't a very easy journey. Architect Emmanuel didn't say this part. They almost swept YEE under the carpet this year. But he stood for us. Thank you so much, sir. We are very grateful. God bless you. We don't take you for granted. He stood his ground and said, we have to do this. No matter how small, no matter how big, no matter how bad that we thought it was going to be, but today I am very happy and I'm proud to tell you that YEE 2025 was a very big success. Put your hands together for yourself, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, before I leave this place, I want to inform everyone seated here, young persons, professional students, that you can be a member of the Green Horizon Network. That is the youth wing of the Green Building Council, Nigeria. Okay? We're going to, Sheung, please copy the link of the Green Horizon Network WhatsApp group and share on the screen so that whoever wants to be a part of the youth wing of the Green Building Council Nigeria can just join that group directly, and every information concerning the activities of the youth wing of Green Building Council you're going to find in that WhatsApp group. Prof, that question will have to be researched. Prof is asking what's the age limit for youth. If you feel you are a youth, please join that group. Okay? It's open to everyone. Please do well to join that group. That is where we'll be sharing all the information. That's where you're going to hear firsthand when the next registration for YEE is opening, if we're having any competition, if we're doing any activities or any event, is all going to be on that group. Thank you so much for being here. And please, I want to re-emphasize the access we are getting to these mentors seated here today should not and should never be taken for granted, should not be abused. They are people that you cannot have access to ordinarily. So the fact that we are privileged to have access to them should never be abused. I'm going to be on the groups, I'm going to be watching. If we get any complaint, you are going to be kicked out, expelled. Please, don't go into their DMs asking for rent. Please, don't go into their DMs asking for hospital bill. Please, there are people you don't go to for things like that. You have access to them for mentorship. Don't abuse it. Some of us never had the opportunities to get access to people like this. but you have it on this platter. Please, I beg you, don't allow your village people ruin what you have now. God bless you all. Thank you all for being a part of this event. I love you all. See you in 2026.
All right, so let's come for pictures now. We are leaving now. However, in the next 15 to 30 minutes, we are starting Edge training session. Sintali is part of this. Sintali is a certifier. They're also part of the sponsors of this entire conference. So they are coming. I think they are coming from UK for the empowerment session. Of course, basically training, question and answers to become a certifier. How does Edge work? If you want to be a faculty or an auditor, how does it work? All of this you will hear. So we're starting the next 15 minutes. Let's say 15 to 30 minutes. So you can have time to eat your food and also network. So let's all come here for picture. And once again, thank you for coming. Journey messages back to your destinations, your family. Thank you for coming. So please come forward for pictures.
Please, as you're coming out for pictures, please come out with your phones. Remember to snap and also make the social media post for us with the hashtag FCS 2025, Future Cities Summit 2025, hashtag Smart Sustainable Resilient, hashtag YEE 2025. On Instagram, the handle is GBCN_NG. On Twitter is GBC_Nigeria. Please follow us on Twitter, on Instagram, and on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is Green Building Council Nigeria.
The difference will be much. How do we do it?
The difference will be much. Photographer, are we all going up or we are staying down?
The light downstairs is not good.
Or we should get some.
I can't cover all at the time.
Some people should go up, they will be too high. They will be too high compared to these other guys.
We need to see everything as a group. We want to have the
Okay, we want to start the group, but then some people have to go up there. I will catch it.
Okay, participants should go up. Mentors and let the judges stay down. Mentors and participants, please go up. Mentors and group members, please go up so that we'll have enough space to take everybody. Mentors and participants, please go up. Judges, down. Please bring out your phone, go on social media, Twitter and Instagram, and make those posts for us, please. Hashtag FCS 2025, hashtag Future Cities Summit 2025, hashtag Smart Sustainable Resilient, hashtag YEE 2025. On Instagram, we are GBCN_NG. On X, formerly Twitter, is GBC_Nigeria. On LinkedIn is Green Building Council Nigeria. Please don't talk, your voice will appear in the pictures. Hold on. Okay, so we are going to go. Hello, Nigeria. This is YEE 2025. Okay? Hello, Nigeria. This is YEE 2025. Okay? All right. Are we ready? Are we ready, everyone? 1, 2, go. Hello, Nigeria. This is YEE 2025. Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. See you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Well done. Well done. Well done.
Thank you so much. let me talk to him. Architect Emmanuel.
What we can do?
Please, everybody eating. We are sorry we didn't announce this earlier. We were not supposed to eat here in the hall. So please, we are begging that we hurry up so that we can start the Edge workshop. There is a designated space for us to have our lunch. So please, because we've started eating already, we want to please appeal to us to just eat up a bit faster than we usually would, or if it's not too inconveniencing, we could just go to the space assigned for us to eat and then sit there comfortably and have our lunch so that we can continue with the Edge workshop event, please. Thank you for your understanding.
Shall I start? Yeah, let's start speaking about myself while I'm here. Okay, so my name is Jose Bonivento. I'm civil engineer, but my heart is an architect. I know because I know. Hi. Hi. Oh, much. Okay, second. I was telling you, I'm a civil engineer. I have heart of as an architect. Actually, I represent the company Sintali. Today, I want to discuss with you green buildings. I don't expect to know more than you know right now your market, your Nigerian market. What I want to show you here is how we have addressed these markets, these emerging markets around the world, and which kind of a strategy we can have here to implement to generate impact. So, can you help me with the next slide, please? Thank you so much. So, Sintali, we are an environmental certification company. We are based on UK. We have a subsidiary in India. However, we work in a global level. How? We are one of the IFC Global Edge certification partner, which means that we can issue or generate certification in edge building, and also we can accreditate auditors around the world. Even though we have a global level, we work in a local level with partners and with network of edge experts and edge auditors. As an experience, we have worked in 90 countries and we have issued around 250,000 certificates around the world. And next one, please. More of our experience, our co-founder from Sintali, he worked with IFC, the International Finance Corporation, to develop Edge in 2010. Also, we create the portfolio approach with IFC in 2018. What is portfolio approach? Portfolio approach is a way how to decarbonize a whole portfolio of buildings, disregarding if the company is a local company or a global company. We have worked with Decathlon, Lidl, Kaufland. We have many examples of this. Next one, please. So that is weird, that appears like that. Can you go back again? No, forward. Next one. Okay. Something happened with the presentation. It's just destroyed. Yeah. Go back and go back, please. Next one. So, as Sintali, please don't pay attention what you have now in the slide, in this slide. As Sintali, we work not only with the consultants, not only with the professional in the construction sector like architects, civil engineers, we work also with partners like GVCN in terms of make impact. How? We connect the stakeholders in the green building ecosystem, banks, association chambers, professionals, developers. So what we do here is to bring information, to bring education. Next one, please. We bring this kind of add values in the market, and today is something that I really want to discuss with you. How, as Sintali, we have covered all these EDGE certification around the world, and why this is good for the developer, for the banks, but also why this is good for me as a professional, why this is a good business. Before starting here, I really would like to know, please raise your hand if you are an EDGE expert already. No one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much. So I will deliver information not only for professionals that are non-EDGE expert, but also for EDGE expert. Perhaps you know more than this information, but I will complement that with you. So first, let's check why we need to speak about green buildings. I normally have these two information when I mention this slide. 37% of energy process-related CO2 emissions globally come from building. And 34% of energy demand globally come from buildings and the process. What about here in Africa? In Nigeria, for example, the population is projected to grow 26% in a decade. That means that you need more affordable houses, you need to spend more energy. And the more you spend the energy here, you have more than 60% of the monthly income in average is spent on utilities. In terms of materials, steel and cement industry account for 38% of African emissions, and you have more other reasons why we need to speak now about green building. So, green buildings. Before going deeply in what is a green building, I'd like to give you a fact that I've seen around the world. Do you know that, let's make it different. What is the percentage that you need to invest in your construction project to make it a green building? So raise your hand if you think that is more than 50% of the value of the project. 20%. 10%. 2%. Well, you have to invest something. In this case, you have to invest only 2%. And that is a myth. Normally, people think that having a green building, you need to invest more than 20 or 30%. In the market, we have seen that you need 2%. And why we need 2%? Because it depends on how we understand green buildings. Normally, when we speak about green building, we are thinking on solar panels, AI, expensive equipments. But actually, you have to go to the root. First, you have to think on reducing the energy demand with passive designs. So from the beginning of the project, you can take right decisions. Orientation, size of window, shading devices, yeah? Also behaviors. Behaviors, when I was doing the training for ISO 5001, I found that around 3% or 4% of efficiency can be get from behavior of the user of the building. So after that, you know that you reduce your demand, your energy demand with passive designs. After that, you go for the energy efficiency of the equipment you have, improving the maintenance, improving the efficiency of equipment you have, replacing some equipments that you already have. And then after that, you think on renewable energy. You have to pass, you have 2 steps before that. And then you think on net zero. That is something that you need to understand. In the first stage, it's possible that you have a green building, just with passive designs. So the question is, how to be financially efficient with many solutions in the market? You get overwhelmed. Many solutions for insulation materials, for equipment, for HVAC equipment. So you don't know what to do, because you know that most of them are expensive, and perhaps you are overcalculating the efficiency of your project. So at the end, it's not viable in your budget, so you don't go. So you need to understand how to see this in a holistic way. How to avoid greenwashing, how to help this with accessing to finances, local finances or international finance. Is why Edge is one solution. Why? Because with Edge, you have an Edge app. This Edge app is free user. You use it to model your project and understand in a quantitative way what is your impact of your decisions, of your designs. You have this result in real time. You don't need, the platform is friendly, so you can get the information that you are modeling in this app. So what is important here? What is important here is, first, it was created by the International Financial Corporation, which is a World Bank member. Why this is important? Because they are covering the whole certification scheme. So it's not Sintali, it's IFC, the one who is doing this. Secondly, that is something that is free to access. But what we have there, what we actually have in this software, is a baseline. So this baseline, which depends on the city where the project is, will measure you how efficient is your project in terms of energy consumption, water consumption, and the use of material with low embodied carbon. And if you get more than 20% in the calculation you are doing, we will see that after, you have a project that can be certified. What does it mean? From stage 1 and 2, if you finish there, perhaps, and you communicate, perhaps you are doing greenwashing because no one has checked that you are doing well or that you input the information in the correct way. So it's why you have a third-party review. A third-party review is an auditor who is reviewing the project, and a certifier who is a second filter, check your project, and then generate the certification, which is with the logo, not from the logo for Sintali, but with the logo from the World Bank Group. You can access to finance with this certification. And then you have some information about efficiency and which kind of a strategy you have, which kind of efficiency you have in your project to be green. So it's not certification which mention how green, that your project is green, but how green is your project? Why? So here you have many certification levels. You have Edge certified if you get 20% in the strategy of energy, water, and material with low embodied carbon. You can get Edge advanced if you get 40% in the strategy of energy, and then you can apply also for zero carbon. So you have a pathway for your project. Next, please. Oh, no. Back. Can you click there in the computer or no? Just click so in the link that you have there from YouTube. Not that one, the other one. That one. So nothing is happening. Okay, perfect. So it was a demo about the Edge app. how it works. So if we cannot open it, that let's, sorry? Okay, perfect, thank you. So in this part, what we need to consider from the Edge app is that you can model any kind of building, any type of building. And with that, you can model not only in the early stage, which is in the design stage, but also in the existing part when the building is already constructed. So if you have a building which is already the existing, you have a potential retrofit. Or even you can have a building which was built, but it's actually green. So with this, you can model these buildings from the early stage, but also buildings that they are already existing. So here, you have a tab which is for the design. Here, the whole information from the project. And in the upper part, you see some numbers. Those numbers are KPIs. Those KPIs mention what is your impact in terms of finance and in terms of in the environmental impact that you have in your project. It mentions what is the reduction of your utility costs, which is great. You have a project there where you can communicate, hey, this project is 20% efficient in comparison to the benchmark of the city. Here in the energy part, you have all the energy sustainability solutions. You just click there, select there, and then you have in real time your efficiency, as you see here. You don't need to select all of them. You go select, and then you will see how your efficiency is going to change. And I know you are professionals, so you can go to the guidelines, and the guidelines not only shows what you need to evidence for these strategies. In the guidelines, you can learn why we are speaking about window to wall ratio, how water consumption impact the energy savings. So all this information is in the guideline, and you can understand that. So the good way of this Edge app is that you can see in real time what is happening with the solutions you are reading, the solution you are learning. In that part also you see not only the energy, the water, but also the material. So which kind of material you are using in your project. The presentation, please. So every time you are having a project and you are trying to figure out if your design makes sense or if your design have an impact, you can use the Edge app. It's free. Model your project, and then you know that your decisions can make your building more efficient. At the end, you get this certification with all this information that I was mentioning. If you don't want to go with the certification directly, that's okay. You can use Edge for your designs. You can use Edge for taking decisions. And at the end, when your project is going to be built, you say, okay, let's certify my project. And what is the value proposition that has Edge? The value of green buildings, verification of sustainability solutions. If a company has a target, you can use Edge. Access to green finances is created by IFC, International Finance Corporation, so you can access to this market, zero carbon path. You can access to some government incentive because Edge is accepted in most of the taxonomy around the world. Improve sales and valuation, and making branding and improving the communication. So the question here is, you have seen many certifications in the markets. There is LEED, BREEAM, local regulations. Which one is better? You don't have an answer for that. So we don't need to speak here if one certification is better or the other one is worse. What you need to check here is, next please. Every certification has these scopes, that has these characteristics, has a time frame. How long does it take this certification? Has a scope. What this certification is considering. For example, EDGE is considering energy consumption, water consumption, materials. It's focused on performance, the performance of your building. Yeah? You have the recognition, who is backing this certification. And also you have costs. So depending on the cost, you can take decisions of what certification you have. And one that, yeah, the previous one, please. And one information that makes EDGE unique is the availability for scaling. Because you have a software. In the software, you can model the whole portfolio you have. You can understand which kind of decision I can use in this project and I can replicate in other projects. We have such a history for for this certification as an scalable solution. Also, you have accessibility, all buildings, from residential, retails, industries, and also actually church, stadiums, even an airport that we are certifying in Lima, Peru. So it applies to every type of building, with some exceptions. Also, it works for the net zero path that you have, or in the company you can find as a target. So EDGE helps you to structure what is the pathway that you have for getting net zero. And the quantification. Personally speaking, that is the one that I like most from EDGE, quantification. You can see the numbers from your decisions. Sometimes you are designing something and you don't know if the shading that you are using will have an impact in the air conditioning system that you have in your project. Well, model in EDGE, and you will see what is the impact. If you have this shading device or this overhang, or if you take another kind of decision, if you change the material for the glass, for example. So you get all this information in less than 1 minute. Just summing up, EDGE is faster, quantifiable. The cost is one of the certification with the less with the cost reduced in the market, and the World Bank Group is the one who is backing this software, this certification. And most important and powerful for this is the integration that this scheme of certification integrate government resolutions that you can find, or regulations, and how to access also to the financial sector. So it's a language to communicate all these stakeholders. And we have real example for market transformation. For example, green buildings in Colombia. Colombia grew from increased from 0 to 20% from 2018 to 2021. 20% of square meter of buildings certified. Why Colombia had this success? Yeah, 5 commercial banks in Colombia offering green finance product. Was it that in the first year? Was it that in 2018? It wasn't. I was there. I started in Colombia in 2017. We didn't have a tax incentive. We didn't have incentive for government. Only one bank was offering green finance, and they didn't know how to sell that. What they did was to certify their own offices, one of their offices, and we use it as the pilot for the market. And then with this, we try to start the process for education, trainings, having workshops, just to show what the benefits are for this certification scheme. Now Colombia is the country #1 around the world with more certification around the world. Something important, who is backing this? In Colombia, the one who is moving the market is Camacol. Camacol is a construction chamber, the construction chamber of Colombia. We have a partnership with them. What we did with Camacol, of course, what we want to promote here is education, information. So through Camacol, universities, developers, banks, all stakeholders were connected. We expect to have that with GVCN, to deliver more information, to connect all edge experts in the ecosystem, to increase the potential of impact that edge can have in the market. And of course, we have the green finance. That is by far the main benefit that you have with this, and the main market transformer, if you will, that exists in the global market. It doesn't appear just because of that. This is the problem between the egg and the chicken. Finance banks, they have green product, but then they don't feel motivated to have more green products because developers, they don't have a market for developers. And the developers, they don't want to build green because banks, they don't have green products. And the developer, they don't want to build green because the homeowner, they are not demanding green buildings. So if they don't demand that, why I need to build that? If I don't want, I won't have an acceleration in my cells. This is a word for everyone. All of you. This is consistency. This is sustainability at the end. All sustainability solutions, they are not from one day to other one, because this is something that you have to teach. You have to show. So the key here is consistency. With that, they appear. Finance appears. Banks start working with that. Governments start working with that. Bolivia is one example. We were working with Bolivia in 2019, 2020. Yeah. They will sign just 2-3 months ago. They released the guidelines for green buildings, and no one spoke about green buildings there. Now there are guidances, there will be regulations, so they are moving forward because the market is demanding that. And of course, this is the picture of edge in the Commonwealth, in the Commonwealth countries. Africa is quite interested in this market. Of course, South Africa and Kenya are those countries which have more square meter certified, but Nigeria is just right behind. You have the potential. You have a lot of square meter certified. So the work here, and from my point of view, is education. First is education, and then let's move forward. There is some success history from Africa. This is from Kenya, some accommodation portfolio that we were working with, some green homes in South Africa, and there are some more examples in the market. Of course, I was speaking a lot about why this is good for the developer, why this is good for banks, why this is good for all the stakeholders who invest on that. What about the professionals? Why I need to move that? At the end, the professionals, we are the one who speak with the developer. Why we need to move with Edge? What is our business there? We're going to see that. So we are going to focus now, not in the perspective of the developer, but in the perspective of the certifier, the professional. So before speaking about that, let's speak about the roles that we can find in Edge. We have an Edge expert. The Edge expert is the consultant. He's a professional from the construction sector who pass through a training process. That training you can go with GVCN and you can find more information about training. You go to the training. After the training, you present one assessment, and after that, you become an Edge expert. This role is recommended. It's no option. It's optional, but it's highly recommended to have that role within the developer side. The Edge auditor is the one who review the whole process of certification. Is the first filter, and the Edge certifier is the final filter and the one who delivered the certification. And the Edge expert actually, in the scope of work, is the one who works closely with the client. The auditor and the certifier, we are third-party reviewers. We are just reviewers. When I say just reviewers, it's because the work from the Edge expert is to be with the client to solve their problems in terms of this project. I want to have it green. I want to have it sustainable. How can I get there? So the Edge expert is the one who has this knowledge. And in terms of process of services that you can have as an Edge expert, you can have gap analysis, risk assessments with the client. So let's say that the developer, they have some design, some projects for a residential project. The Edge expert can go there, model the project and say, hey, this project has the potential to be certified with Edge. You know, if you make this type of investment, you can have your project certified with Edge. Or you know, your project as it is designed can be Edge. So let's move. And then you move to the other role for the Edge expert, which is work with the whole process of the certification. You do the registering for the project in the Edge app, collect documentation, complete the Edge assessment, communicate with the Edge auditor, and do the whole flow of the process. And finally, the two processes that you will see there is the Edge auditor and the Edge certifier. What you see here is a widely range of opportunity of work there for the Edge expert. So let's try to read that because something happened with the presentation. Why Edge is a good business? And let's start with the professional. I'm not speaking about the consultant, the Edge consulting process. You can be a professional who just graduated from your profession, or you are looking for diversifying your portfolio, or even you can be working in a developing in a construction company, and you want to be recognized there for green solutions. So one of the good business that you have in Edge is that you can have the academic theory with quantitative real world. Something else that you have is that you can communicate difficult things. I challenge you to speak with a board about why this insulation material is better because the U value is low, and then you can use a HVAC system with a lower price. It's quite difficult to explain that in a technical way, but with Edge you can show that. You can show success in a holistic way. You also have in this part hands-on with the Edge app, a real design tool. in this part, as mentioned before, if you are modeling your project, you can use Edge. Use it to take decisions. It's for free. You can understand a lot. And actually, I'm not telling you that you are an Edge expert. You are just a professional yet. I mean, you are not an Edge expert. But you can access to all these benefits. But of course, if you want to become an Edge expert and you want to make it as a business, Edge fit in all the process from a construction company. Fit in the retrofit, in the reporting part, in the compliance, in the process of construction, in the process for designing, in the whole process. You can have Edge. In the whole process, you can have opportunity. So in this part, as you know, Edge is good for the developer. It's good for unlocking or making available green finances. I know it's difficult. You have a complicated market. So far, you don't have a lot of incentive. Perhaps you are thinking now, why I have to look at Edge if I still don't have any incentive? Again, consistency. Markets start like that. Start from zero. I've been in markets, in emerging markets, many emerging markets, and it was a success because all stakeholders, and you are a stakeholder from the green building ecosystem, are working in the same goal because they have information. This is just the entry point. This is not the whole training that we have for today. This is just the start, the introduction. With GVCN, we are looking forward to having more and more training. Training for Edge experts, training for professionals, delivering insights that will be good for you. Because we believe in the green building market of Nigeria. Otherwise, believe me, I won't come here. I came here because I do believe in this market. If you want to become an Edge expert, please contact GVCN for available trainings. If you are already an Edge expert, just stay connected with GVCN and you will get more information because we are going to have more and more training. Technical trainings, commercial training, development training. So with that, you will have or increase your skills for not only understand technically how the green building works, but how to sell, how to communicate a green building. And if you want to become, and if you are an Edge expert and want to become an Edge auditor, you can become an Edge auditor from Syntalia as well. Even if you are an Edge auditor from another certification body, you can also be an auditor from Syntalia and work with all the certification companies that you are accredited for. With that, I want to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I feel, first of all, let me thank the organizers of this program. I feel like it's quite thoughtful because the conversations around green economy, sustainable resilience buildings is literally taking over the world right now. Although it is emerging, which was what you mentioned, but like it is quite timely. Now, I have a couple of questions here. The first question I'm going to be asking is, you need to take into consideration that the built industry has an ecosystem that includes so many professionals that are not just developers. Speaking from the point of view of being a housing policy analyst, how does EDGE benefit me? That's one question.
Yeah, let's cover that and then let's go to the other question if you want, right?
Okay.
Thank you. So, why the whole ecosystem among only developers? I excuse myself. Yeah, I was speaking developers, but EDGE has proven work with the whole ecosystem for green building in the construction site. It works also with policymakers, so with policies, with governments, with even the providers as well. We saw here materials, we saw equipment. I have one example from 2018. I was auditor as well, EDGE auditor. I just audited like 160 projects so far. And one of my audits, I just checked that in the first project in 2017, it was impossible to have data sheets from FlowTap, which mentioned this is your actual value of consumption at this pressure. Suddenly, in 1 year and a half, providers start doing like, this is the FlowTap that you need to get EDGE. Look, this is the efficiency. This is the efficiency you have in this pressure. So that certification works also for this line for providers. No one see. When we are speaking about no certification, what about the providers? Every time I've had many discussions with this team. So this is one example. Insurance companies. In Colombia, insurance company, they have incentive for buildings that are built green. Why? Because if you have a green building certification, somehow you are reducing your risk of your building. So apply for the insurance company. So EDGE is a way how to connect all the stakeholders in different ways. You have more questions, right?
Thank you so much for your audience. So my next question is, I know we've had like conversations around sustainable economy, sustainable buildings, but like bringing it down to the reality of Nigeria. Currently, Nigeria has a housing deficit of 27 million units. If you put that into perspective, it means about 140 million Nigerians do not have roofs over their heads. How does, resilient building help solve this problem, right? Because, in situations we've seen that it's not about not the availability of houses, but the availability of affordable housing. So is sustainable buildings or green buildings affordable? And if yes, how do we start to frame the solution in such a way that the government is able to listen to us, we're able to sensitize the public so people can see that green buildings are quite the solution? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, the deficit of houses, that is a huge and a key problematic that you have here. However, sometimes the solution is let's build more. Let's have more quantity. What about the quality? Affordability, you mentioned. It's why I mentioned before, that less than 2% of the whole investment that you have for the construction, I've seen projects with 1%, you can get a green building. So that is the perception. Green building sounds like going to Gucci and buy something there. It's not. is to understand what is a green building, and it's an affordability. With green building, if you are locating or orientated your house in the way that you don't have a lot of heat, so you don't need to use your air conditioner, what is the affordability there? The user. They will reduce the monthly payment in utilities. You can use this money that you are saving for food or for another responsibility that you have in your house. So I will say it's mandatory to start thinking or to change the mindset in how we build. Edge, at first sight, looks like a certification. It's further than that. It's a scheme. How to take decisions. How to go through the whole pathway to make it sustainable, not only in the environmental part, but also in the social, in the social and financial part. If we can do it, we can get it. We can get green building. Of course, you need financial incentive. That is a key. That is a key point. When you have a country without a lot of financial incentive, the motivation is different. But it doesn't mean that you cannot get that. The more you demand that, the more the users demand that, demand quality, the developers will use it. And of course, the more developers you have, the banks, they will think more in green products. So this whole is the whole ecosystem, how they are interconnected. Yes, we need to think on green building. At what stage I want my green building, that is different. That is a different investment that I can have. But we can have here or around the world in many emerging countries, green buildings. Actually, something to point out, Edge was created in 2015. It's about to be 10 years. It started with the philosophy that is going to be a green building certification for emerging countries. Why? Because it was focused on performance. What is your performance of your house? How much are you going to save in that? Because, believe me, and I know you know that, but if you have a family with low income, the first priority is to feed their family. It's not to save the planet, believe me. It's not have more green impacts. It's to feed my family. And if I have a solution for that, I will take it. So it's why I focus on performance. If I can reduce your consumption of your house, you will have available money to use it for another responsibilities. Thank you for that questions. Do you have another one? More questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. The essence and the justification for going green within the built environment cannot be overemphasized. It has already been established. So as it is, any building from henceforth should actually have green building standards in them, you know. That is a fact. But then, let's talk about the white elephant in the room, the very big one, the certification process. Yes. Now, if I was to present a municipal building and say, oh, this building meets the green building standards, you would put it through a certification process to ensure that it's authentic. It's a third-party verification, like you call it, the layers or all the kinds of checks and all that. So now, that's the process of even documenting my building. It comes at a cost. I will engage professionals who present or produce high-end professional documents that come at a cost which is high. And that certification process itself, if every municipal looks at it like let me call it the ETC, that's the estimated total cost of a project is X, and I'm going to spend about 20% on the certification of that ETC on certification process. Please bear in mind that we are talking about, when I make that percentage, let's look at our local currency and look at the value. So that white elephant in the room is probably one of the reasons why you are not getting as many projects certified in Nigeria, especially when it comes to municipal government buildings. Government buildings, I think we should have a form of stakeholders kind of engagement and talk about the terms. As a government institutions, if we meet some certain terms, the conditions under which the certification is given should differ from private and individual developers or developments. That's what I think. And that way you will see, I mean, you'll be overwhelmed, I can assure you. I speak from the Center of Excellence, Lagos State. You will be overwhelmed. I can assure you of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me cover this, or you want to add something in the question? No? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for this intervention. Actually, cost of certification depends on the scalability that you have, of course. There are some self-built projects that are key, but of course, in one house, paying a certification perhaps is not affordable. We have examples in India, for example. India, they had the same situation. And what IFC did was create a program which is called HPC. What is HPC? HPC take the essence from H, but use it only for self-builders. Why? Self-builder, I just mentioned. There is the cost for the documentation you need, documentation that perhaps you don't have. If you have a residential project or of 20 houses or 50 houses, you have the drawings, you have the hydraulic drawings, and you have much more information that for the H certification is going to be more straightforward. But for one house, it's going to be a little bit more challenging. The idea is that also. One of the key discussion that we had in our partnership is to speak with and discuss with IFC how we can get this insight from India to here. With HPC, the reduction is really reduced. The reduction of the cost of certification is really low. The documentation is different and is more aimed to self-builders. It's quite different. You don't use the CHAP, you have another process. But that is a process in place that exists because it's adapted to this market. Edge started as a standardization for everything. Of course, many local markets will have their own pain. And the idea here is to see how to adapt without taking out the essence from a certification. Because you mentioned something really important as well, is certification works for reducing the risk of what I'm communicating. Certification works for having this responsibility. If I say this building is green, it's going to be on the World Bank Group who said that it's green, right? So the responsibility change. That is why we certify. And the idea is to find that pain. We understand that pain. I won't tell you today with the certification it can be affordable for one self-builder. We do from Sintali, we have pricing which is for self-building homes, which are reduced. We are having conversation for this training that I was mentioning, with working with edge experts, working with edge auditors, to train them how to be efficient in order to reduce their cost, how to use alternative documentations, because sometimes you don't have some kind of documentation, but you can use another alternative that are less cost, go with less cost. We are working on that. And the idea here is to work on that here. But the idea also is to implement here, to discuss that with the IFC, to check the viability to have HPC in a Nigerian version, actually in an African version. And we let you know how it's going. But that works, because if you have a market for that, and actually it's a success in India, we are we are the certifier for HPC in India from IFC. So we do have that experience from India, and I know that this has been a really good market, and it has been a success. So let's see what's happening with this transition. Thank you so much for your question.
Good afternoon. I really enjoyed your presentation. So hypothetically speaking, a situation where municipals begin to invest in providing green districts, green infrastructures, do you think that will have an impact on reducing the cost of and affordability of green buildings, one? And does the app, the Edge app, does it currently support assessing green infrastructure as a model?
Thank you so much for that question. I will start with the second question, and then for the cover the first one. Edge is only for building. It's a green building certification. So in terms of infrastructure, it's not a certification. There are more certification in the markets or a scheme in the market for green infrastructures. Edge focus on the building, the performance of the building. Yes? The building is part of a whole infrastructure or green district, as mentioned. Perhaps in terms of CO2 or emissions, it's not the highest in the whole infrastructure. But with Edge, you can solve that part, solve the part for buildings, for green buildings. So it's why I was mentioning it is for all type of buildings. In a district, you have schools, you have banks, you have church, you have affordable housing. All these structures can be certified with Edge in the performance, in energy, water consumption, and materials. But it doesn't work in the whole infrastructure way. IFC is working in other certifications like BRI, Building Resilience Index, that include more the whole infrastructure and how is everything. Yeah? But this part, Edge, specifically is not for that. You cannot model a bridge, for example, with Edge. And in terms of the importance for housing in the green in a green district, for sure, it does. It is important to have houses affordable. And when I say affordable, is that it's accessible. Is why this certification is made. Or the philosophy of this certification is to make impact, to be scalable, to work in whole district. We have had some success story in green districts where we certify all buildings, but we use another certifications for the whole surrounding. Thank you. Please.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask. My own question is somewhat related to hers. I'm looking at the case for government establishments they want to have probably their buildings. Now, if we compare them with developers tend to, they are more or less looking after their profit. They want to make profit from this project, but the government, they are not looking at making profits. At the end of the day, there's this will I call it a norm we have here, especially in Lagos where I come from, the government side. There's this specific amount they expect that documentation should cost, and if you look at from the perspective of quantity surveyors, there's the preliminary aspect of the project. This should cover the documentation, and when the costs is now going beyond a particular amount, let's say let's say maybe 2.5% or 10%, there's a question that will be raised when it comes to the government setting. Oh, it's already getting too expensive. Let's do it with this documentation. And the first thing they will come to is certification. Edge certification, it's too expensive. I will tell you for free, real life situation where we had to make a presentation with one of our permanent secretary, and he asked, what does it cost to certify a project? And when we gave him an amount, he said, people will not buy into it. He just said it here and then, because he looked at the cost of certifying the project. It's going to affect the initial part of the cost. So how do we go around this cost of certification specifically for government projects so that it doesn't affect the initial cost before you go to the main project?
Thank you so much for that question. Motivations. Let's speak about motivations, and that is different. You mentioned developers. Yeah. The motivation for developers is rentability, is profitability. To have something that is profitable. Public governments. If you have a regulation, a green building regulation, or a green building guidelines, that perhaps you have one, right? You don't, it's not mandatory at the end. But what government does is to lead by example. I've seen many markets, Peru is one market. It's quite difficult to get to governments because the budget is quite tight. Any other investment that you need to make, it doesn't make any sense. But in that way, you have to think on what is the motivation of the public sector. You can lead by example and show how to have a scalable pricing, not for one building. Because if we speak of one building, I step back and say, no, thank you. If I go, hey, how many buildings you have? 50. Perfect. Let's make sampling approach. Did you know that exists? In the beginning I mentioned that we create the portfolio approach. Now in the new version, IFC included that. It means that if I have 40 buildings and they are in the same use, I don't need to audit all 50. I can audit 5 or 6. You have a whole process, but you're reducing the cost. And when you have, what is my cost per building? You end up with $1,000, $2,000. It's something that is affordable for governments. So let's think in scalability and portfolio. When you go with this proposal, first thing that the government will say is, as you mentioned, I want my first building for free. Can I? Yes, that is your pilot. If you have a good experience with that, let's go for the portfolio. And this is the price for your portfolio. And this is your price per building. Because I optimize the whole process. And then it can be viable for you. And you can lead with example. And you can say that the municipality of has certified all their portfolio with green building. And you can do that. There are many municipalities that make it and actually include, when they start doing that, they start recognizing the certification, understanding the certification. And after that they say, you know, I will include that in some policy that I have there. Let's include a green building policy there. Let's include there some incentive that perhaps is no money, but can be, if your building is green, you can in this area, so you can build 2 floors more. So You have the way, you have to find how, you have to think on motivation, and you have to think on how to reduce process, how to make it efficient. It's why we are here. As Intali, we don't want to help you to sell one project. We want to support you to have impact in mass. We have that experience as Intali. We have markets where we think on 200 buildings, 100 buildings. It's because we need to know how to sell it, how to understand the key pain point of every stakeholder. For all of them are completely different, and we'll help you with that. Thank you. Another question? So I believe that's it. Yeah? No one? Are you shy or it's completely clear? Perfect. Yeah? Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming this evening. Today's session is ending now, and tomorrow's morning session is starting by 9 a.m. 9 a.m., right? 9 a.m. So please, you can scan the QR code to download the program, and also other events are coming tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be more encompassing. Key conversations coming up tomorrow. We're going to have keynote speeches and also some other breakout sessions. And if you have questions about Sintali, you can see myself or the president or director or the chairman, or you can also see him. But in case we don't want you to overwhelm him, we are here, BCN directors, management team. You can see us, if you have any information. You can also send the leaders to ask. However, you can also see the QR code. Please scan it to make inquiry. In days to come, there will be proper training session partnering with them. There will be proper auditor session also partnering with Sintali. Then also, as he promised, in days to come, there will be discount that will be administered to Nigeria projects through Sintali platform. Once again, let's celebrate and appreciate our speaker for today. Thank you for coming all the way from UK. All right, so tomorrow is another day. We thank you for coming. We're closing now. Please don't leave the room without meeting someone. Just move around, network, connect. I'm sure we have persons here doing projects, doing wonderful things for young persons. Please do well to meet a professional, a practicing professional in the house. We thank you. I'm handing over to her now. All right, please, okay. Start adjustment. 8 a.m. is registration and red carpet. 9 a.m. we're starting tomorrow's session. Thank you for coming. Have a beautiful evening. Thank you. All right, so there'll be a picture session. Please, we want us all to come to the stage. Sintali wants to take a picture. You want to take a picture with us just to keep a memory of when he visited Nigeria. So, this is your first time in Nigeria? Oh, so this is first time in Nigeria. So, in Africa. Oh, thank you for coming. So please do well to come to the stage. A picture for all of us. Please do not leave the room. Just come upstage for the picture. Please come, please come. Yes, everybody, that's what we have.